you're done. Is it now, Honorable?
Chairperson, it's Llewellyn. Good morning. Chair, you are breaking considerably. Maybe I'm not sure if you're able to move, but camera is off, but you are still breaking considerably. Thank you, Chair. I hope you can hear me well.
I can hear everyone well. Hear you well. Um, if I am where do I go, because this is the spot I think is much better in the house. I think I'm just to really take these issues of network, really. Is it better now, honorable members?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to Education Portfolio Committee, the Basic Education Department led by the Minister, the Deputy Minister, DG, and the team that has accompanied them to our meeting today. And a warm welcome to the Department of Education from Limpopo, the AC, the HOD, and the team that is with the ABC today. And of course, also warm welcome to the school principals that we've invited today. These are school principals of the schools that we had visited when we were conducting our oversight in Limpopo, and all other stakeholders that are here that have joined us. You are welcome to our committee meeting. Of course, it's my pleasure, members, to welcome you to our first meeting of the third parliament term. And I just wanted an opportunity to rest and return refreshed and ready to continue the important work that has been entrusted to us by all our constituencies and the people of the country. Honorable members, as we begin, I just wanted to, as a way of welcoming you, to highlight that as we commence this work, as we commence with the work of this term, we must do so, we must remember that we're doing this during the Women's Month, a time when our nation honors the bravery and the resilience of the women who marched to the Union buildings on the 9th of August 1956. And these women were marching in pursuit of justice, equality, and dignity. So as we undertake the work of this term, we must reflect on the role that was played by this significant march and the resilience that was portrayed by these women. But we must also then ensure that their legacy continues to inspire us to build a society that is founded on equality, human rights, and respect for all. As the Basic Education Portfolio Committee, whilst we celebrate the remarkable contribution that has been contributed by these women to our democracy, we should reflect on how painful the reality that we still face, that far many women and girls continue to experience gender-based violence and femicide, and that this national crisis continues to affect families, it continues to affect communities, and importantly, it is affecting our schools. We should reflect on how learners and educators are unable to thrive in environments where fear, violence, and discrimination persist. So as a portfolio committee, honorable members, we have a constitutional responsibility to exercise oversight over the sector and to ensure that our schools are safe, inclusive, and nurturing spaces. We must continue policies and programs that are aimed at preventing gender-based violence and that are aimed at promoting learner safety, that are aimed at supporting survivors, that are aimed at fostering a culture of respect, equality, and accountability across the education system. So I encourage all members to continue approaching our work with diligence, unity, and purpose as we undertake our oversight responsibility during this term. You would know that the focus of our term is really on ensuring that we get updated status of affairs on various focus areas and on various PEDs. So the entire focus of the term, a very short term, I think we have around 4 weeks, members would have received our program, is really on really follow up on observations that we have made as a portfolio committee and the recommendations that we have made following oversight visits. We're starting with the province of Limpopo today. We are going to be following with the province of Mpumalanga. We are going to be following up with the province of the Western Cape. We are going to be engaging with various department, other portfolio committees to follow up or on the, if you remember, honorable members, on the joint session that we had on statutory rape. So we're focusing on these areas and we're also going to be getting an updated status on the state of the Children's Act, I mean the Children's Amendment Act, and of also the Bella regulations. And that is, in a nutshell, the focus, that will be the focus of the work of the portfolio committee in this term. So I do plead that members, we must ensure that our work contributes meaningfully to improving educational outcomes and safeguarding the rights and dignity of every learner and educators. With those remarks, honorable members and the departments that are here, the DBE and Limpopo and all other stakeholders, I warmly the term duly opened. And Mr. Brown, can we then flight the agenda? In terms of the agenda, Mr. Brown, we should deal now with the roll call, and apologies. I do believe that we should allow check the attendance of honorable members, and let's allow honorable members to switch on their cameras just to indicate they're here so that all the stakeholders that are in the meeting can see their faces. And after done with the roll call, we'll then deal with apologies and then we'll get to the business of the honorable members. There is about 3 reports that we are going to consider and adopt today. Members have taken time to go through those reports, and we will be able to deal with the adoption of those reports shortly. Let's start with the roll call. Mr. Brown, can you take us through the roll call and apology?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members, and everybody on the platform. Chair, the roll call from my side is yourself, Honorable Maimela. I have Honorable Kabanchaba, Honorable Govana, Honorable Low, Honorable Magagula, Honorable Jordan, Honorable Mkize, Honorable Mgadi, and Honorable Ngobo. I do have one apology, Chair, and that is for Honorable Ngubeni, who is currently out of the country. And then from the Department National, the Minister is also not available today because she will be attending the Select Committee meeting this morning. But I do see that the Deputy Minister is on the platform. And then from Limpopo, I did receive apologies for the HOD, who is also out of the country, as well as the Chief Director for Strategic Planning, who's also in a sector engagement. Chair, those are the apologies and the members, unless I hope I haven't missed any member. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Honorable members, I hope Mr. Brown has covered all the members that are on the platform. Are we all good? Are we all happy?
Yebo,
Okay.
Chairperson.
Okay.
Yeah, we are happy and ready, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Mkize, welcome back. I was missing that voice.
You could have just called me, Chair. I would have picked up the call.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for the apologies and the roll call. I'm sure the departments will be able to add if there is any omissions on the apologies when they do the presentations. Can I just check before we get to no. Perhaps let's start with the consideration of reports. Mr. Brown, let's start with the third quarter report. Honorable members, the third quarter report was presented to us. Is this Honorable Shkwambana? Honorable Shkwambana?
I just want
Chairperson, Honorable Shikwambana is not audible at all.
I
But he wanted
agree.
to
Yeah.
he wanted to
He wants to indicate
complain.
that he's in the
I think he wanted to complain why his voice was not missed.
Honorable Shkwambana. Oh, why his voice is not missed? Okay. No. We can take that after the meeting. But Honorable Shkwambana, please try, like myself, your network is a little bit problematic. Try and find an alternative spot so that you can be audible. You're breaking. We couldn't hear your submission, but we've noted that you're in the meeting and your complaint is noted, Honorable Shkwambana, if it was a complaint. Honorable members, we've received this report on the third quarter report and some time ago. Honorable members had an opportunity to submit if they noted any amendments that were supposed to be made or any correct are supposed to make. So I want to table this third quarter report, and it's the fourth quarter report, right, Mr. Brown? It's the fourth quarter performance report.
That's correct. Fourth quarter. Thank you.
Fourth quarter, not the third quarter, fourth quarter. Okay. Honorable members, any hands that wants to make corrections, propose amendments before we move for the adoption of this report? Okay, in the absence of the amendments and corrections, can I note hands of members who
Chairperson,
wants to move? Okay, Honorable Mkhize, you can raise your hand. I did not
yeah,
see it.
I was struggling. I want to confirm if this is not a Limpopo Oversight report so that I don't miss it and keep quiet while I have a lot of notes to share.
No. It's not the Limpopo Oversight report.
The departmental report.
No. This is the fourth quarter report. We're adopting this report. We've had a meeting to receive this report. So we're adopting the report which tables our discussions and the recommendations. Not. Honorable, you're done.
Thank you, Chairperson. I only have one suggestion when it comes to the recommendations. The first bullet point mentions that the department ensure it tracks the number of reports on misconduct cases within 90 days after adoption of the report. I'm suggesting that perhaps we add that the portfolio committee also receives a report on the outcome of that following the 90 days. Thanks, Chair. And then with that addition, I suggest that we adopt the report and the recommendations as they are.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jordan. I agree with that addition that we should receive a report on the tracking after that 90 days. Honorable Jordan, with that addition, moves for the adoption of this report. Honorable Kabanchaba.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to all members in the platform. All protocol is observed. Chairperson, I rise to support the adoption.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Kabanchaba. The report is duly adopted. Mr. Brown, the second report. Okay, this is the second report. One of the things that I noted on this report, Mr. Brown would have to remove the paragraph after the heading, because the paragraph speaks about an oversight visit we undertook some time ago in Mankweng. And this is the report on an oversight and outreach program the chairperson undertook to two ECD centers in Limpopo. Yeah. So just to perhaps introduce the report, honorable members, the Office of the Chairperson and Outreach Program, which is Letabong and Maibaneng Early Childhood Development Centers. This outreach program was undertaken by the office. It's an initiative that was initiated by the Office of the Chair, where we partnered with the National Youth Development Agency, most importantly, the National Youth Service. This was the intent of this outreach program was to really visit these ECD centers, but the NYS program was to ensure that we collectively try and assist the two ECD centers, especially with repainting of the ECD centers, donation of toys, educational toys. So the choice of the ECD centers is after establishing the challenges the two ECD centers were facing. But of course, this is challenges that really apply to a lot of ECD centers. But at the core of this visit is trying to really place a focus on ECD centers, is trying to ensure that communities and different stakeholders come together and try and really assist our ECD centers to thrive. So it was really just a demonstration of how we, as different stakeholders, can really try and assist. And I really want to appreciate and applaud the work done by the NYDA and through their NYS program, donating paints. And I also want to applaud the Department of Education in Limpopo for joining us and for donating educational toys and educational materials, also DBE for donating books, learning materials, books, and other necessities. Really, it was a very, very enlightening day. And of course, it's an initiative that I hope all of us as members of the portfolio committee can undertake as we undertake oversight these initiatives collectively as a portfolio committee, where we really just assist society and different stakeholders to really shed focus on ECD centers so that it becomes our collective responsibility to ensure that our ECD centers become conducive learning environments for our kids. So that with the report and before we move for the adoption of the report. Okay. I'm noting hands of members who want to engage with the report.
Sorry, Chairperson, on my side, the report is not moving. I don't know whether I'm alone in that situation.
Okay. Mr. Brown, can we ensure that the report moves? Honorable Low.
Thank you, Chair. Let us welcome the report, an initiative by the Chair's office. It is quite aspiring and is giving us a way to believe that indeed, as we've been working, we are indeed extending our work to intensify it. I went through the report and I thought that I should add a few issues that I think it will assist the report, Chair, because we would have done a good initiative. But I think we should give a clear directive to the department. One, I would want to recommend that the Department of Water and Sanitation or the municipality get to be engaged on the permanent water solution, whereby we get a borehole connection, or rather than relying on purchased water Jojo tanks, because you would know the quality of water that is being stored in the Jojos sometimes will cause some sicknesses. So I think we should also seek to get to the centers, should have such, so that they can be able to get a permanent solution. I also want to recommend on the Mabaning structural completion. I recommend a costed completion plan whereby the department must look onto the roof waterproofing, window panes, and all of that. What they lead, and then they must give us to check how can they assist with such, so that we deal with such issues, because it's quite enormous that these things need to be dealt with. The other part that I saw in the report, the Department of Education must prioritize the bursary upskilling support for unqualified and underqualified practitioners at both centers, giving only 308 total staff across both centers hold formal ECD qualifications. I think we should look on to that. We should have an intensified program from the department that seeks to speak on to that. And and we've been the security issue, the safety, the municipality department and the centers must deal with the security issue, so that they're able to deal with the fencing alone, because we can't be fixing and our things are getting in vain. So we should look on to that. And then, a Chair, I would also like to say we should fix on the introduction. It is not Sitotolwane, it is better rather than another report, so that we should fix that on the first paragraph. Other than that, I seek to move for the adoption of the report because it's quite assisting. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Low. Mr. Brown, let's add those recommendations, because I fully agree with the recommendations that it's quite a picture of many ECD centers, especially in your rural villages, especially in rural villages, that because it's structures that were built, most of them by the communities, most of them were built by women. We must really applaud and honor women in this sector, because they're carrying the sector, honestly speaking, as it relates to ECD centers and teachers and principals. They are indeed carrying the sector. So the challenges, the infrastructure challenges that the different ECD centers are facing, we really need to find a way to find a model. I know the department speaks about an allocation on their standard and norms that it's actually allocated for them to deal with infrastructure challenges, but we should really reflect on that allocation, if it's adequate, if it's enough, if it can really in the long run assist ECD centers. Shouldn't the department look at a targeted model where they say, we are going to give you this allocation, but we also want you to submit a plan on how you are going to utilize this 20% of your allocation to improve your infrastructure. I think we need to look at that. If that kind of a provision, a platform is not there yet, I think the department needs to look at that. Any seconders? The Honorable Law moved for the adoption of the report. Of course, the the first paragraph I've also noticed that, and it has been removed. Any seconders to the report, honorable members?
I second, Chair. Member Makakula.
Honorable Mapakula seconds, move for to second. The report is duly adopted. Mr. Brown, the next it's the minutes, right? I want us to finish this part first, and then we go into the business of today. Mr. Brown, can we deal with the minutes? Honorable members, we've just adopted the fourth quarter report. The report emanates from this meeting, from the deliberations of this meeting. So I want to check, Honorable Mkize, is that a hand to amend and make corrections on the minutes on this?
Yes, Chair.
Yes,
Correct.
Honorable.
Okay, Chair, I have 2 points for the minutes. One, on the point that the department tracks the number of cases resolved against the number of cases resolved. It was a wrong capturing by the minutes. It's supposed to say the department should track the number of cases resolved against the number of cases received,
Yeah.
not
That's
using resolved twice. On the second last point, there was omitted contribution that right to read, perhaps to assist moving forward on understanding how the second best performing province on reading is number one performing province in the country in terms of the national results. While the founding evidence of Bella Act 32 of year 2024 suggests otherwise, it suggests that the poorer you read, the less I will perform. But in this case, we've got the poor reader, the second best reader being number one in the country. Perhaps to help us with some of empirical analysis as to why. Because we don't want to rely on an evidence to the point that it informs an act, which has got some loopholes that we don't know and can't control the variance thereof.
okay. Thank you, Honorable Mkiza. I think the first point, Honorable Mr. Brown, that's correct. Let's correct that. It should be track the number of cases. The second point, Honorable Mkiza did make that contribution. I think he did make that submission to say that there needs to be some form of some explanation from the department on why is it that there is variances between I would give an example, and he was making an example of KZN, the Right to Read campaign, saying that it is the level of reading, the level of reading competency is very low. However, that province is performing at number one. And I'll just maybe make my reflection on this. It's not an addition. I just want Mr. Brown to add that, because I think that's how that is the submission I remember Honorable Mkize making in that meeting. Just to say that I had made a mention of visiting a school in Limpopo, my former school, and we did some reading, focused reading. And I must say that one of also the phenomenon that I noticed with the challenges that I could get from the grade 4 learners was that they actually read better when they were reading in Sepedi. So it might be that we really try, or we start interrogating the test methods. Do you test them or their reading abilities in which language? Because where I was, of course, there were good learners who could read, but there was also a challenge with some considerable number of learners who could not read, especially when they read English textbooks, but when they read Sepedi, the reading improved. So I think that's something that we should also reflect on and look at. But I agree with that addition, Honorable Mkize. Honorable Mkize, are you moving for adoption with those additions?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Mkize is moving for adoption of these minutes. Any seconders? Honorable Kabanchaba?
Thank you, Chair. I second the mover. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is the last set of documents that we needed to adopt, Mr. Brown. Honorable members, the last one is the third term program. So you would remember that before we close, we sent a draft third term program to members. As we sent the draft, we had received focus areas. We usually receive them after we have already made a draft as a portfolio committee. But we always have an opportunity to amend the program if we want to make amendments, if there is something that we feel strongly about. Just on the program, I want to make a proposal to this portfolio committee and request members to reflect and comment on that we establish what they call a manco. I asked other portfolio committees and learned that that used to be a sort of a committee, not a committee with all powers, but it is sort of a smaller team that is able to manage the drafting of the drafting or the focus area of the portfolio committee under any given term. It's able to really fine-tune, process issues that come to the committee or issues that should be deliberated within the committee and bring them to the committee a little bit processed so that it's not only the decision of the chair with the support team, issues that must come to the committee and how they should be approached and how they should be processed. So I want to make that proposal that we establish the MANCO, which will be a very small team consisting of I'm proposing that it consists of just five members or 4 members of the portfolio committee. I would propose that we get 1 member from each at least the 3 top political parties or 3 main political parties. In fact, it's the 4 and then the chair. So it will be myself, and then the 4 main political parties will then submit 1, which will be the African National Congress, the Economic Freedom Fighters, the Mkondo Wesizwe Party, and the Democratic Alliance. So that team of 5 will be a MANCO. That MANCO does not
I'm not sure if it's only myself, but I think we've lost chairperson.
Confirmed. Confirmed, Mr. Brown.
I think chairperson may have just stepped off. Let's just give it a second.
I'm still here. I'm here now.
Oh, okay. Thank you. We can hear you.
Yes, I was cut off. I realized that I was cut off a little bit. So that is my proposal, honorable members, because there is many issues that are before the committee, complaints, letters, and I do believe that a MANCO setup would be able to process these issues, and we could be able to collectively submit to this portfolio committee how we should approach such issues. Some of these issues includes the fact that in this term we will not have any oversight visit. There are burning issues that are before us, schools and parents that have consistently complained about issues that are very sensitive. And I would have loved at least this portfolio committee to visit those schools, even if it's not the entirety of the portfolio committee, but at least 2 members of the portfolio committee. We make that special request and they visit those different schools and I think it's about 5 schools which we've identified where there is really a need for the committee to lay eyes and to be on the ground along those schools. So I really want us to consider establishing that team so that we can look at that proposal. We can actually deliberate on how it should look like, bring it to the portfolio committee for adoption, and then we can then make a request to visit those schools. Even if we add the schools, because there might be others that the team, myself and the support team have not included those schools on the list of the prioritized schools. even if we add, but I do think that we need to try and creatively make means of setting our boots on the ground in terms of those different schools. So that's my proposal, but that's also the proposed the third term report. Honorable members, we want to just officially adopt this program in this meeting. I want to note hence that want to make that want to reflect on the first proposal and the third term proposal. Honorable Yordan, Honorable Mkize, and Honorable Yordan and Honorable Mkize.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll start with my reflection on the program. Chair, I'd like to add a submission for a topic of discussion that the committee needs to seriously consider. If perhaps we could fit it in. I'm looking at the program. I'm thinking maybe on the Friday, the 28th of August, or the 21st might also be appropriate in terms of this. But I think what I'd like to request is a report from the department about schools for learners with special education needs. I've noticed that there are several gaps in terms of our understanding, not also necessarily only our understanding, but also suggestions that are coming from stakeholders. For example, the Right to Read campaign that we've discussed earlier. Blind Essay has also made some mention of gaps in the learning curriculum. And we've also seen in our oversight visits that there are several challenges being faced by learners with special education needs that the department just is not I think, addressing sufficiently. So if we could perhaps receive a report on that on one of those meeting days, I would appreciate that, Chairperson, if we could, if the committee could be briefed on that. And then secondly, with regards to your submission about a management committee, Chair, I think I don't have a problem with the establishment of that, but mainly because, as you've mentioned, we would be included. I think it might be a little bit difficult in terms of transparency around what we have discussed. So I think we just have to decide how are we going to report to the main committee about that. I would like to suggest perhaps a shared document between all committee members regarding all these particular kind of ad hoc matters that you are mentioning, that the committee are faced with, challenges from parents or complaints that the committee is receiving or whatever the case. I remember at the start of our term we had this spreadsheet that was kind of like a tracker of all the issues that the committee is receiving, and we saw that once or twice and then never again. So perhaps we can just give access to all of those matters to all members, so that there can also be inputs, transparently, and so that there's also transparency around what is being discussed at that level. But then further to that, I don't have a problem with the establishment of that, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Yordan. Mr. Brown, let's try and look at the program. I think it's an important addition on receiving a comprehensive report from the department on their support, the state of support they provide to schools of learners with special educational needs. And I do agree, Honorable Yordan. I know you attended on behalf of the committee a webinar on our behalf, and I actually saw the report from the webinar and I thought it was really, really eye-opening. So I would support that addition, and that we also look at calling the stakeholders to join us for that meeting so that they also shed light on some of the issues that they are raising. Honorable Mkize.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the proposal that you made, I think it may be considered, Chair, for as long as one, it is groundable in terms of law, We don't want to create a structure which is going to be parallel to the committee, while it's also not grounded to law or grounded on law. Secondly, if it's not going to assume powers equivalent or above the committee. And thirdly, if it's not going to take binding decision to the committee to the point that the collective gathering of committee members now has to end up abiding by the decision that has been made by the committee that has been established to assist it. And lastly, if that committee will have a clear what called terms of engagement in terms of how it assists us to really facilitate the challenges and fast track the responsiveness of the committee to the issues. If it does those, I think is something that should be considered. And the last point, Chair, on the program itself that you have here, for you to educate me with the committee members. If once we adopt this program, is it locked? Does it allow for what called adoption here and there? I'm asking because right now I've received a lot of requests from different SGPs wanting to be given a space to address the committee, to come and do presentations in the committee because of frustrations that they're dealing with. They feel like the department is not listening to them. They have no full effect in terms of what the department is doing and how the schools are run and the responsiveness of the department to some of the challenges that they are making. So they're sending this request to me and I wish to forward them to the committee. But I'm worried if it will mean I must ask for their space now, or it could be considered even the program is not adopted with that request included.
Okay, Honorable Mkhize, the MANCO it's not above the portfolio committee. It can never be above the portfolio committee. It doesn't have powers above the portfolio committee. It does not take binding decision. Actually, the purpose of a MANCO is exactly what you've just submitted now. So we receive a lot of, you've received a lot of complaints or requests by SGBs that want to appear before the committee. Currently, we have a proposed or a draft third-term program. We are spending around 30 minutes discussing it in the committee because we did not, it is only processed by myself as the chair and the support team. Whereas if we have a smaller team, and that's what the MANCO is, it's a smaller team consisting of portfolio committee members who process all these ad hoc issues, as Honorable Yordano would have said, who process this request that we have and look at the number of days we have. We then come with the ideas on how we can fit all these issues into our program. How can we creatively ensure that we actually are wherever that we are supposed to be without compromising the entire the entire program of Parliament. And then as a MANCO, we then come to the portfolio committee, we come with a proposal. I'm saying this because it's easier for a smaller team to process rather than all these discussions to be processed by myself as a chair alone. I'm saying it's better that way because then when they come, because I as a chair alone can see things in a certain way, but if it's 5 people who look at the things and process them, we can actually perhaps bring better proposals to the portfolio committee. But whatever we decide on as a MANCO will still always come to the portfolio committee for approval and as proposal to the portfolio committee. The last question, the program of the portfolio committee is decided by the portfolio committee. So we develop a program, we submit it for adoption. Where there is a need for us to deviate from the program and we want to add something, we are always at liberty to write to the House Chair and request to deviate from the program because something urgent or something pressing has arisen, because it is our program at the end of the day. So it is subject to chair, and the House Chair in their approval, they actually usually consider just programs of Parliament. So they consider the time we want to spend on deliberating on that focus area, if it does not clash with plenary in Parliament or if it does not clash with any program of Parliament, then they usually give a go ahead. So it's really the subject or the provision or the subject to consideration by the House Chair is meant to ensure that our program does not clash with the program of Parliament. So I hope that responds to your question. Honorable Law.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think quite enormous. One must welcome the intervention you are bringing. As the MENCO will work as a subcommittee that is dealing with day-to-day issues that we are raising as members of Parliament, and at the ultimate end, they will be processed, consolidated accordingly. So I think I would want to agree with the MENCO approach, and I would want us to immediately effect it so that we do not waste time, because it is quite important that we move on that particular approach, given the time that we have and given the fact that we've got issues of importance. So it is quite going to assist us in addressing issues of importance. And I could have listened to you. You made an important submission to say, time to time, where there's a need for oversight, we'll delegate members to go verify, come with facts, and then deal with such issues. Having to be serving in the petitions committee, I think we are quite flexible also with the kind of work that we are doing. Secondly, Chair, in the program, I saw it, and I want to propose, if there's time, where in the last part, can we agree that DBE come and present a specific section of the Bela Act in the program, where there's progress, where there are delays, and must align them with provinces? In this program, I would want us to add, or we should request the DBE to submit each and every section progress of Bela from the department that is attached to provinces, and all issues that we think that are quite enormous, because it's quite 2 years or a year would need to know. So if it's going to be specific, each section, it will assist us to know. So when we come to the last term, we are able to play our oversight, and the MENCO can be able to effectively deal with such. So I wanted to make that submission. Thank you, Chair.
I thank you very much, honorable members. Just to get you right, there's one addition, and the second one of honorable law is to be specific and break down the presentation or the updated status of the Bela regulations per section by DBE. But beyond that, are we moving for the adoption of this third-term program? I want that to be clear for the purposes of records of Mr. Brown.
Yes, Chair. I do second the adoption of the program, seconded by Honorable Mkhize. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Honorable members, what we will do, I'm requesting that members to forward, different political parties forward one name, the parties that we've mentioned forward one name. We meet with the team. Honorable Jordan, we do still have the spreadsheet. And I did mention in the last meeting, we process it. And that's why I'm saying I'm proposing a manco. That's one of the reasons I'm proposing a manco, is because of that spreadsheet. It's quite tedious. And as tedious as it is, one is imagining coming to the portfolio committee with a spreadsheet that has about 100 complaints and going through each and every complaint in the meeting of this nature. So that is why one is requesting that. So we're requesting that the political parties do communicate with their parties to forward one name from the members of the committee, and then we can start with the spreadsheet and start with some of the issues that are arising from this meeting, including the requests that are coming from other stakeholders to appear before the committee. Honorable Mkhize, I want us to move from this. We've spent a lot of...
I was hesitant if I got you correctly. Is this MANCO going to do the oversight visits on behalf of the committee, or it will do only oversight on special issues that have arisen during the engagements with the public? Because I can't envisage a situation where the committee has to do oversight.
Okay.
Now the MANCO does it on its behalf. It
No.
will be defeating the participation and the representation of political parties, which should be part of this committee, if it's done that way.
No. That's not what I said, Honorable Mkhize.
Thank you, Chair.
The MENCO can't conduct oversight on behalf of the committee. The MENCO processes requests that we have. If we propose that, let us, at least because we don't have oversight period allocated in this term. But for example, in the past, the chairperson will make a request to go and do oversight myself alone. And my argument and my proposal is that I don't think that is goes well with issues of transparency, and I don't think that it makes impact. So rather have a MENCO that says, according to our own assessment, these 4 issues needs an oversight. And the MENCO says this is how we should approach that oversight. So that oversight will not be a full committee, but it will be a proposal that comes to the portfolio committee. And if we say, for example, 2 members of the portfolio committee must go and conduct oversight, then we agree on 2 members. So 2 members could be anyone. It could be members of the committee that are not necessarily in the MENCO, but that would have been on special issues. Now, on an oversight that is scheduled by Parliament, all portfolio committee members must go and conduct oversight. That will just be on special issues that have been identified. I hope that clarifies. Okay. Okay, Mr. Brown, let's move finally. And apologies to the DPE and Limpopo and the principals for being part of our house keeping issues. Let's get into the program of today. Let's start with DPE. So, Honorable members, as you would know that we conducted an oversight visit in Limpopo, where we visited, if it is not close to, I think, 15 schools. If it is not 15, it would be lesser, but we visited a considerable number of schools. And this oversight was conducted on the 26th to the 30th of January 2026. We made recommendations when we had a close-out meeting with the PED and the DPE. So DPE was part of this oversight visit, where we visited three districts, being Mopani District, Sekhukhune District, and Capricorn District. And there were recommendations that we made that we said both DPE and the PED should ensure that those recommendations are met. So we are going to then receive reports from both. I hope you've got a consolidated report. I don't want DPE to report and then the PED to report, because for me, that will not demonstrate that you're working together to deal with the recommendations that we've made. I hope you've got a consolidated report. We've invited the principals of the schools that we visited, because with some schools and some principals have been writing and have been calling to make follow-ups on the recommendations of the observations of the portfolio committee. So we wanted them to be here so that they could hear from the department the interventions that have been made since we left. DM, you are leading the entire team and you're the MEC. I'm going to start with you, DM. Welcome, and of course, take us through the overview of the presentation of DPE and the PED.
Chairperson, I'm just opening my face that to see that I'm not a ghost, it's me. Thank you so much for this opportunity. As the
Is DM muted or is me?
Confirmed.
It's me that is muted. I'm sorry. I was trying to close the camera, then I also
Mr.
muted. I'm
Rambau, can
sorry.
you, in the meantime, just switch off your camera? You will switch it on when we, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I say we welcome the invitation by the Portfolio Committee on the 3rd term of the calendar year and the 2nd term of the financial year. Remember, in education, we have terms that are almost different, because we have the school calendar term as well as the financial year term. So, Chair, what I can just bring, greetings to you, Chair, greetings to the honorable members, greetings to our sister department, Limpopo Education Department, led by the Honorable MEC and the team from Limpopo. We also have the other team from Basic Education. This meeting is coinciding with the the select committee. That's why the minister is in the select committee. And DG, I don't know whether he has joined to both meetings, because earlier on the DG was here, but he's supposed to be with the minister there. Chair, the highlights of the department during the winter, we conducted the Saske music competition that went very well. The winter schools for selected learners, the winter school just to cover the gaps in the curriculum for selected learners, and those winter schools that are arranged by schools themselves. The winter school sports on all sporting codes. They took place during the winter school holidays. The excellence awards for the district and some schools. We also, there was a host of ESCOM Science Fair for young scientists. It also went very well, and the work that is done by our young scientists, Chair, is amazing, because they are responding to the needs of our country in the near future. On the sad note, Chair, we have just lost one teacher yesterday that was shot at around 7 o'clock in the morning from Gauteng, Tsakane to be precise. And the teacher died in the full view of the learners, because he was walking to school accompanying learners. He was walking with the learners, then he was shot at on his way to school. May his soul rest in peace. The name of the school is Michael Zulu Primary School in Tsakane, where they lost a teacher in full view of the children. As I indicated, Chair, that we are with our sister department, Limpopo Department of Education, to come and present to the committee. The presentation will provide for an update on the current status of infrastructure delivery, progress made in implementing the committee's recommendations, as well as the challenges and interventions aimed at improving the service delivery, which means when the committee goes and make a oversight, we respond to that and we take it in a positive note, and it helps the department to grow better. So without any further delay, I'll, with your permission, Chair, invite the Honorable MEC for Limpopo to take the committee through. Thank you so much, Chair and members.
Good morning, Chair. I hope that I'm visible. This is me this morning. I want to start by greeting the chairperson and the members of the committee, the honorable members of the committee. Let me also extend our greeting to the Deputy Minister and also the DBE team that is with her. We are here, as the Minister has indicated, Honorable Chair, to give feedback as requested. I just want to confirm the team that is with me for committee members to note the apology of the HOD was given, that is outside the country. So with the team, I'm with the acting HOD, Mr. Mulungwani, who's our DDG for governance. I'm also with the DDG for corporate management, Mr. Mashava. I'm also with the CFO, Ms. Yvonne Matavata. I'm also with the Chief Director who's acting DDG curriculum, Mr. Mpahlele. We are also with the Chief Director Physical Resources, Mr. Malachi, Acting Director Executive Support, Ms. Elani, who has been talking with Mr. Brown. Amongst us, Honorable Chair, you requested that we invite the district directors. We have invited the affected district directors. We have got the district director for Sekhukhune South, Dr. Kolela. he is with the affected circuit managers and the principals of the schools in Sekhukhune South. I'm also with the district director for Sekhukhune East, Dr. Malachi. He's also with the circuit managers affected and the principals of the schools. I'm also with the district director, Capricorn South, Ms. Nkuzana. She's also with the circuit managers and the principals. Also with the district director, Mupani West, Ms. Mudika, also with the circuit manager and the principals. We have also invited the head of communication, the director, Mr. Marenga, for the department is also in the meeting. The deputy director, executive support, Mr. Makondo. From my office, I've got the parliamentary officer, Ms. Kidiboni Muhale. I think the apologies is that Mr. Kakana is with the sector, with the DBE sector indicators planning session, and also the HOD's apology was given. So, Honorable Chair, that is the team that I've brought today under the leadership of the Deputy Minister to the Portfolio Committee today. We have requested that Mr. Mulongwane, on behalf of the team, will be taking you through the presentation. If you allow us, through you, DM to the chair, if allowed, I can request DDG Mulongwane to take us through and the honorable members to take them through our report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, MEC. The team can continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Let me also extend greetings to the DM, the MEC of Education in Limpopo, colleagues at DBE, as well as Limpopo Department of Education, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chair, I will be taking you through the Limpopo update report, which is outlined as follows. It talks to the purpose, our strategic focus, infrastructure findings and improvement plan, as well as general school observations or findings, as well as improvement plans, and then the conclusion thereof. In terms of the purpose, it's in really to appraise the portfolio committee on intervention plans to resolve the committee's oversight findings. This slide just once more just affirms our vision and mission, as well as our impact statement, which in the main, in view of the report, I would rather talk to the impact statement: equitable access to quality basic education that equips learners with the requisite skills and a firm foundation for further studies and the world of work. And I guess the issues that the honorable committee members have been observing and making recommendations indeed talks more to strengthening that part. State of schools infrastructure and interventions, and I think we'll be looking into a few issues there, issues around maintenance, as well as possible new structures, water sanitations, electricity, and so forth. Next, please. Next slide. In terms of our report, Honorable Chair, we took each school as visited and observed by honorable committee members. And in terms of Yingisani Special School, the findings or the issues raised was that what is the long plan regarding the infrastructure at the school, and equally concerns around the high electricity bill. What has since happened in this regard? The project to address the infrastructure issues at the school has since been allocated to a PSP, and it's at the stage 2. The planning stage is expected to be completed by the 31st of October this year, with the contractor being appointed by the 31st of January 2027. And the construction in this regard is expected to be completed by the 28th of February in 2029. As far as electricity bill is concerned, the school has since been provided with solar energy, which has indeed drastically reduced the high electricity bill. And currently the school is being assisted also to convert their geysers to be on solar, and that would furthermore reduce the costs that are incurred in this regard. Moving to the next school, Muime Primary School. The issue around how the department will be addressing school buildings that have structural cracks, and why did the department fail to plan, or whether there is indeed a plan, a maintenance plan in place. In terms of our update in this regard, the school has already been included in our infrastructure master plan for 2026 MTF period. In terms of this plan, the contractor will to provide upgrades and additions at the schools will be appointed by the 31st of August in this year. And of course, construction project is planned to start 30th of September, which is next month, and be completed by 30th of September in 2027. Safe to say that as a temporary measure, the school has since been provided with 5 mobile classrooms. Moving to Totwana Primary, the unsafe, dilapidated classrooms, as well as the storm damage that occurred in December of 2025. In terms of progress in this regard, the school has since been provided with 6 mobile classrooms, 5 days after the visit by the portfolio committee as a temporary relief measure. And the construction project is planned to commence in a few days' time, 15th of August, 2026, and will be completed by the 30th of June in 2027. Going to the next institution, which is Taile Crash. There were issues as well of infrastructure challenges, as well as non-compliant with sanitations. Could be done. I think the Honorable Chair in her opening remarks, or rather referring to the visit that they made in Marble Hall, did reference to some of the challenges that indeed are faced by ECD centers in the main around infrastructure and so forth. And of course, the legislative framework also provide quite limitations in interventions that the department can therefore embark on. In this regard, we are updating that the crèche is privately owned, and in terms of our conditional grant framework, it does prohibit the department from funding renovations or infrastructure upgrades that are on privately owned facilities. In terms of what then the department did, was to therefore advise and engage the institution that from their subsidy allocation for 2026 financial year, 20% should be utilized for the pressing sanitation infrastructure challenges. And that the crèche has embraced the advice, and they have since bought bricks, and the project is commencing this month and is expected to be by the 30th of September this year, in particular dealing with the needs. But maybe at this stage, I could also add, Honorable Chair, that as the Department of Education, we're noting the challenges around ECD. We have planned a summit or an Indaba this month from the 21st to the 28th, where we'll be having multi-sectoral stakeholders, and we'll really be discussing and trying to tease out the best plans in dealing with the challenges faced by ECDs to date. On Malisiba Primary School, infrastructure plans for the school. Our response in this regard is that the school will be provided with mobile admin block by the 31st of this month. The project for upgrading the school is approved for stage 4, and procurement of the contractor will be concluded 31st of this month. Just move back a bit. And of course, with the construction expected to start in October and to be concluded in September of 2028. Moving to the next school, Nkotwane Secondary School. In relation, it was the plan for repairing infrastructure at the school and as well as the effects of dilapidated infrastructure. In terms of progress noted on this, the contractor to provide upgrades and additions at the schools will be appointed at the end of this month. And the construction project will therefore start September of 2026 with the plan to complete in September of 2027. Indeed, the effect of the dilapidated infrastructure is that teaching and learning is really taking place under unfavorable conditions. And we are of the view that the interventions we are proposing would indeed bring the situation to normality. Beyond looking at Dibamushito Secondary School, the plan in relation to repairing of the infrastructure at the school has since been provided with 5 mobile classrooms, and the contractor procurement process will be concluded end of this month, with the construction intended to start September of this year and to be concluded in September of 2020. Looking at Saraki Secondary School, where there are no admin blocks at the school, what has since been noted is that there are a total of 20 classrooms at the school, and the school is currently only using 10 classrooms, and it has since been advised, therefore, to utilize other 4 unused classrooms as admin blocks at this stage. Looking at the Busela Special Schools, the long-term plans in regarding the infrastructure, as well as concerns around the high electricity bills. To date, the project to address the infrastructure issues at the school has been allocated to a PSP, and it is at stage 2. The planning stage is planned to be completed on the 31st of October this year, and the contractor will be appointed by December the 15th of this year, and the construction is planned, therefore, to start the 1st of February in 2027, with the expected completion date of 28th February 2028. In relation to electricity, the school has also been provided with solar energy, which indeed has drastically reduced their high electricity bill. And currently, we are looking at also converting their geysers to be on solar to further reduce the cost. Value, the long-term plan regarding infrastructure as well as the school, the contractor to refurbish the school will be appointed the end of this month, 2026, with the construction project, therefore, planned to start September of 2026 and to be completed September of 2027. Khotala Secondary School. The issues raised: what is the department's plan to address overcrowding, provide admin block, kitchen, as well as fixing of leaking roof, as well as shortage of furniture? In this regard, the school has been provided with 4 mobile classrooms and an admin block on the 11th of May. The contractor procurement process will be concluded end of this month, with construction to commence in September of 2026 and planned to be completed by July of 2027. In terms of shortage of furniture, furniture is expected to be delivered end of this month at the school. Looking at Poko Secondary School, the who instructed the school to occupy incomplete and risky infrastructure, to submit to the portfolio committee the occupation certificate, and when will the department deliver mobiles and take out learners out of the risky incomplete infrastructure, and when will the department build complying kitchen in the school and provide suitable sanitation facilities. Progress recorded to date. The school was since instructed by committee members to occupy the infrastructure. The infrastructure was occupied without a practical completion certificate, and at this stage we have verified that indeed learners have been suspended to actually utilize this particular buildings. The school has since been provided with 6 mobile classrooms on the 27th of March. In relation to the kitchen and additional classrooms in this regard, as well as admin block, the contractor will be appointed by the end of this month to deal with all kitchens, additional classrooms, as well as admin blocks. The construction in this regard is expected to start in September of 2026 and be concluded in October of 2027. Moving to Matlala Primary School, infrastructure challenges at the school's scope of work to be implemented by Public Works and completion of planning is expected at the end of July. Replacement of air conditioning in the mobiles. Progress that we record in this regard is that the project to upgrade and improve infrastructure at the school is at stage 4, which will be finalized by July of this year. And I think the Chief Director in this regard could provide if there has been meeting of that particular date. The contractor will be appointed as well end of September, and construction is expected to commence in October of this year and to be completed by November of 2027. The air conditioners in this regard have since been fixed for all the mobiles by the end of 2026. Looking at Kotole Secondary School, when will the department replace the pit toilets at the school? When will the department fix non-functional flushing toilets in the school? And when will the department deliver mobiles to cater for the classroom shortages? And when will the department deliver desks in this regard? Progress noted, the project to provide proper sanitation infrastructure, which includes the fixing of the non-functional toilets, has since been completed, and pit toilets were demolished by the 31st of March in 2026. The school has been provided with 2 mobile classrooms and an admin block by the 5th of June in 2026. In relation to shortage of desks, the delivery of desks are planned to be delivered at the school by the end of this month, 2026. Moving beyond Kotole Secondary, going to Setlo Secondary School, is there a plan to address the old dilapidated buildings in the school? Progress in this regard, a contractor was appointed on the 23rd of February this year to construct new 4 classrooms, renovate existing 3 classroom blocks, and demolish buildings that are structurally compromised. The project is ongoing and it is scheduled to be completed by the end of this month. Setutulwane Special School, the matter of overcrowding still unresolved in the hostels. Ensure that the school receives additional mobile classrooms and hostels. And how far is the department regarding the construction of the new school? Update in this regard, Honorable Chair and members, to alleviate the overcrowding, mobile hostels have been constructed and occupation will therefore commence at the end of this month. The PSP to plan for the construction of the new school has been appointed. The project is at preliminary planning phase, and the planning process will be completed by the 30th of April next year, with the contractor to be appointed by July of 2027. The construction is planned to start next year, 2027, in August, and it would therefore be completed in August of 2020. Still on Situtulani, ensuring that water and electricity challenges are addressed in collaboration with municipality in respect of water provisioning as well as electricity. Noted progress to date is that a new borehole has since been drilled and a purification plant has been installed and will be operational by the mid of this month. On electricity, Eskom has since been engaged to assist with the separation of the meters, and the department is awaiting a quotation in this regard to at least have those meters. Looking at Hudisheng Daycare Center, pit toilets at the center. What is the plan to assist? What is the short term for building proper infrastructure? And is there a comprehensive plan to ECD centers with sanitation? I guess in this regard, Honorable Chair and members, our ECD endeavor planned for this month to a large extent should come with concrete plans in addressing a number of challenges noted in relation to our ECDs. But in this particular daycare center, what we are noting as progress is that, as indicated with the previous ECD center, that there is limitation in relation to how conditional grant frameworks can actually be utilized, especially on infrastructure-related upgrades, which are on privately owned land. Equally in this regard, 20% of their subsidy allocation for the financial year 2026-2027 has actually been advised to be utilized for the pressing infrastructure sanitation requirements. And in response, they have since appointed a service provider to address this challenge, and the project is planned to be completed by the end of the month. Looking at Tom Nodie High School, the school has been affected by storms. Update in this regard, the school has been allocated to the Infrastructure Technical Resource Unit for implementation, and the contractor to repair the school will be appointed by end of this month, with the repairs expected to commence in September of this year and to be completed by August. Next slide, please. Going to general observations and findings. The issue of implementation of language and admin policies, which was the main triggered at Benfell Union High School, that our school and admission language policies do exclude some categories of learners. Progress in this regard, Honorable Chair and members, is that a circular on review of both language and admission policies has since been issued to all public schools, and that is circular number 276 of 2025. In addition, a letter of delegation of authority to circuit managers to assess and approve both language and admission policies was also issued. Furthermore, training workshops on admission and language policies as part of the implementation of the Bella Act were conducted, and they were conducted on the various dates in Next slide. Thank you. There was also the issue of lack of appointed security personnel at public schools, as well as safety of learners and educators not guaranteed. And I think this indeed related to Mwime Primary as well as Malisiwa Secondary School. In terms of progress noted in this regard, the department has reviewed provincial directives and issued a circular to provide funding for security personnel at all public schools, and that circular is Circular 88 of 2026. In relation to safety of learners, districts were directed to monitor and support schools on implementation of the 10% of their norms and standards for the provision of security personnel. Furthermore, on Malisiwa, there was the issues around allegations that the principal makes unilateral decisions on curriculum change, payments without SGB approval, and exclusion from decision-making, and therefore gaps in positions or vacant positions of the SGBs. In this regard, a notice for a meeting for election of SGB members was since reissued, and it did comply with the prescribed notice period. The elections were duly held as planned, and appointments of a full SGB complement were made. So that gap does not exist anymore. And the school is now functioning as expected, meetings being held. In relation to conflict of interest in procurement and quotations, in relation to particularly lot of funds, what the district has done in this regard has conducted an investigation and found an anomaly, which the principal in the main was not issuing formal invitations for meetings, and that then created or further created dysfunctional school management committee. And the election of the full SGB and now monitoring of regular meetings indeed mitigate in this regard. Merging of Seraki and Bapadima Secondary School. The issue in this regard has been the delay in finalization of the measure. Indeed, the measure started in 2022, and it was delayed because of the resistance of two functions led by Indonors. However, after having been advised, we have since decided to restart the process of consultation with all the stakeholders, with the intention, of course, of ensuring that then there would be rather a well-documented process that would ensure that adherence to all processes of rationalization and measure will happen. And the first consultations in this regard are planned for next week, 26. Looking at ECD program, the plan for the department to have deaf and blind learners accessing ECD's programs like any other learners without severe barriers. In this regard, we've also been engaging with our DBE to assist in the provision of the national framework. And the issue was discussed at the interprovincial meeting to agree on a uniform approach. However, the Limpopo Department of Education has started with initial stage of conducting audit of a number of special schools offering grade R. In essence, the issue of development of a plan is work in progress. As I indicated, the Indaba is indeed not for September, but for this month. And this is one of the areas that the Indaba will also focus on. Next, please. Honorable Chair and honorable members, in relation to undocumented learners, the high number of undocumented national foreign learners, we have since had a meeting with the Department of Home Affairs, and we have then agreed to establish a multidisciplinary team that would include social development as well as Department of Health to really address the problem of the undocumented learners holistically. I must indicate that unfortunately the meetings in this regard were delayed because a Department of Home Affairs became more focused on the recent challenges in the country of dealing with migration and of course fueled by the March and March program. And our meetings are therefore intended to resume in this month. And of course, we intend to have a program, advocacy program. Looking at underperformance in grade 12 for the past 5 years, particularly looking at Saraki Secondary School, the grade 12 learners are being taught by teachers from Sebase Secondary School. That is the intervention that the department has made. And the learners are also part of a group to be taken for rapid response. And when we look at, therefore, what progress has been noted to date from a performance point of view, Term 2 performance is at 100%, and with bachelors sitting at 75% compared to 40.6% and 12.1 bachelors, respectively, in the previous year of 2025. Looking at Kotola Secondary School, the improvement in this regard, the second manager has conducted accountability sessions with school management team and subject educators in July 2026. The school is also included in the Rapid Response Intervention Program for spring vacation to improve on quality. And when we look at the progress in this regard, compared to 2025, where they had 30% overall pass rate, the Term 2 record 42% pass rate, and they still have not as yet recorded bachelor's pass rate in this regard. Looking at special schools, I think we also talked to Yingisani Special School, limited learners and teacher devices equipment, as well as personnel and psychologists not able to communicate in sign language. What has happened in this regard, the school was provided with upliftment fund and devices to the value of 5 million procured and delivered in April. The school is training parents after hours so that they can communicate with their children, in particular sign language as well there. The school included personnel and psychologists in the sign language classes, and lessons are conducted in the afternoon twice a week. Looking at Stutolani Special School, the recommendations of the Portfolio Committee on the provision as well of assistive devices, the school was also provided with the upliftment fund to the value of 2 million to procure assistive devices and those have since been delivered in April this year. Continuing with the special schools and looking at Busela Special School, the limited learner and teacher devices equipment, I think, is a standard in this regard. Progress noted, Honorable Chair, is that the school was also provided with upliftment funds and devices to the value of 5 million procured and delivered in April. In relation to capacity building of teachers in the special schools, the responsible Deputy Chief Education Specialist is conducting training on site. The session was conducted in April at the Busela Special School. Intermediate phase teachers were also trained in January, in Gauteng particularly. There was a workshop for foundation phase teachers which is also planned for 20th to 24th July in Waterberg, and this has since been concluded. The MEC has also handed over the Braille Production Center to Busela Special School on the 23rd of July this year, and the center will enable the school to convert books into Braille materials for learners to read. Next, please. Looking at the provisioning of NSNP, how many schools have a certificate of acceptability in terms of NSNP kitchens? This remains still a major problem for the department in the province. To date, we have only registered 167 schools that have been issued with certificate of acceptability. And the department is in the process of assisting the remaining schools to be fully compliant with the kitchen facilities. And as we know, these have to be assessed by the respective municipalities. We have since initiated meetings with municipalities where a plan will be teased in assisting our schools to have appropriate kitchen facilities, of course, informed by ongoing conditional assessments that the infrastructure unit is about to conclude. Looking at the reading plan and the challenges, the materials in the trolleys is almost 5 years old and need to be replaced, as well as lack of financial resources on reading materials. Progress recorded to date is that the department is distributing reading materials in all primary schools this financial year to augment the materials in the trolleys. The delivery of e-books and hard copies dictionaries to the 2,300 primary schools started yesterday and will conclude on the 30th of September this year. This intervention will assist schools with the implementation of the reading plan. As I go closer to conclusion, Honorable Chair, looking at the human resource provisions, submit a plan for the recruitment of specialists in special schools based on the latest staff establishment. As of the 31st of March this year, there were 112 specialists in special schools. During the financial year 26-27, 113 specialist posts and 611 support staff posts will be filled. And this are detailed slide. Looking at the special schools therapists and specialists recruitment plan for 26-27, having professional nurses, social workers, education psychologists, therapists, as well as chief therapists, and those, of course, totaling 113. And the advertisement for this posts is closing on the 21st of August this year. And we intend that by the 1st of October, successful candidates will therefore resume their new responsibilities. Looking furthermore at the recruitment plan in our special schools, now looking at administrative assistants, braille lists, general assistants, driver messenger, housekeeper, teacher aide, housekeeping supervisor, food service worker, as well as driver messenger, which I think that appear to be a repeat. A total of 611, and those posts have been advertised and closed on the 4th of July. Interviews are scheduled now in August, and of course, the assumption duty is planned to be the start of October 2026. In conclusion, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, the Limpopo Department of Education remains steadfast in its commitment to providing quality basic education in line with Section 29, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The department is, however, faced with serious financial constraints to deliver on its core mandate. And I think the infrastructure challenges noted by honorable members as they visit does attest to the challenges that we are faced as a province. On that note, through you, Honorable MEC, can I then hand back over to you for conclusion of our report? Thank you.
Thank you so much, DDG, on behalf of the Office of the HOD for the presentation. Can I then say this is the report? Can I take it back to you, Deputy Minister? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is DM still in the meeting?
Chairperson, I am in the meeting.
Okay. Any
Yes.
addition from DBE?
DG is not here, but there are DDGs and acting DG. I'm checking. DDG Mbude, is acting DG in the meeting? Maybe some people have just connected. Mara, I see the DG is connected also, but he's in India. DG Mweli, are you in the meeting?
I am in the meeting, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Chair, and Honorable members, Honorable MEC and colleagues. I am.
Okay, yeah. Limpopo has presented. Maybe the DG wanted, the chair wanted to hear if there's anything from the department that you can say.
No, DM, what we have done, we've worked with Limpopo in getting ready for the meeting. There's no separate presentation from DBE.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. This is our presentation together with our sister department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I did say that we had invited principals of certain schools, especially schools where we constantly received follow-ups on the observations we've made. And I want to check if those principals are here. If there is any principal that is part of the meeting of any school, just unmute and indicate.
Mabena JH from Kotala.
From Kotala, okay.
Yes,
Miss
Mabena
Mabena, I
JH
remember Miss
from
Mabena.
South.
Yes. Okay. Any other principal that is here?
Come allocate for the deaf.
Okay, so the principals are here. I wanted to
Yes.
give, okay, that's perfect. So I want to give the principals, any principal that wants to make an addition. You've seen the presentation. The presentation is about progress that has been registered against the observations that we've made in your school. There are areas where the department, it's reporting to have made, remarkable progress, and there are areas, of course, where the progress is still ongoing. So want to hear if you have any comments, if you have any additions you want to make before I go to members for them to make their own contributions. I'll note hands this time around. I see there is Principal Maja. You are the first one. You'll be the first one or the only one, because that's the only hand I can see on the platform. Okay. Oh, and Tima. I think it's just written Tima. Let's raise our hands. Let me note hands rather. Okay, let's start with Maja, Principal Maja.
Okay, I was just raising hand to say I'm in the meeting.
Oh, you're in the meeting. Okay.
Yes,
No, that's
from
fine. Now, Okay, perfect. Now I'm looking for those who want to contribute, who want to make additions, who want to. I agree the report is concerning your schools, so we want to add your voice before I allow members to interact with the presentation. Okay, Tima. It's just written Tima on my part. Apologies if I'm not, because I don't know if I should say Mr., Mrs., or Principal Tima. I'm not sure.
Apologies, Chair. Thank you very much, and good morning to all members on the platform. My name is Dipolelo Tema, and I am the principal of Oversight School for the Blind and Deaf. And I want to just confirm that in terms of the report that was provided by the DDG, we can confirm that a lot has happened since the portfolio committee left. Even before then, a lot was happening in the background. And we want to appreciate the level of support that we have received as a special school from the Provincial Education Department in terms of trying to make sure that our work to support the most vulnerable learners it's becoming a little bit easier. And I must also confirm that there has been people that are coming to the school to do some assessment. I just had one on the 31st of July who came to do geotech work in terms of dealing with some of the reports that have been given by the province. And we are very happy and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Principal Tima from Busile, and thank you for those inputs. So the second hand is just written Samsung. The gadget is not named. I don't know if the person can name the gadget, but I'm recognizing that hand. Samsung, that has raised the hand. You're recognized. Okay. I see there is Principal Ledwaba who's unmuted. Principal Ledwaba, do you want to say something or you just
No,
forgot to unmute?
I just wanted to raise my hand that I am available.
Okay, thank you. That is noted.
But
Okay.
we cannot have a person called Samsung in a formal meeting of Parliament. So that person, if he cannot speak, can rather get out of the meeting, unless it does explain that I'm Regina Maule than having a Samsung in our meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DM. Samsung, now you are unmuted. Do you want to introduce yourself? Okay. Samsung, can we verify because you're unmuted now? We can't hear you, unless if it's my gadget.
I don't hear anything, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Brown, can we just try and establish who Samsung is? The meeting is live streamed, so it is open to the public, but it is important that we know the participants to the meeting, as the DM is saying, as I had said earlier on, and that's why I wanted to know if the principals are really here. So it is important for us to know who are the participants that are in here, who are participating in this meeting. Principal Mapena?
Thank you so much. I want to comment on the progress that the department has done in our school. Indeed, we received 4 mobile classrooms and then in an admin block. At least for now, the overcrowding has been reduced. Learners are learning with a very favorable space. And then last week we were with the survey people. They came and survey our borehole, and then the other group came again on Saturday until 8 o'clock. They were surveying. So we really appreciate what the department is doing, and even the sanitary. Our learners have been provided with the mobile toilet. So we've been relieved a little bit from the pressure that we were having. So we thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Mapena. This is the school. Is it Hotala? Is a school that was
Yes, it's Kotala Secondary School.
the face of the school. Okay. No, I remember vividly the school. Okay. Samsung, please, Mr. Brown, let's try establish who is Samsung, because their hand is up. When they are unmuted, they can't speak. Maybe they want to participate in the meeting. But be that as it may, before I hand over to the team of Limpopo, thank you very much for that comprehensive report. I think for me, what was good was the fact that the school, I mean, the province went school by school, went recommendation by recommendation. I think, of course, what could just be our concerns would be that some of the things are still going to be done. And overall, one thing that I can say is that we might need a follow-up meeting, perhaps early in the next year with yourselves, maybe a visit so that we can go through this planned activities, because some of the things you're planning to appoint a contractor here, you're planning to appoint a contractor when the contractor is to start when. So we might need to have that kind of a follow-up so that we follow up on exactly how far is the progress. But there is some progress in some areas. Samsung, I see now you're unmuted. Do you want to say something before I hand over? Because now I want to give over to members. Okay. Honorable members, we've got exactly an hour to engage with the report of the department. So I'm really going to plead with members that we are straight to the point. Let's be specific, because this is a report that has been very specific. It's specific to a school, it's specific to a recommendation. So let us also be specific. Let's not generalize and say generally things, this and that generally, so that where we are specific on a concern, we're able to pick it up and it becomes part of our report going forward to say, on this issue, on this specific school, this is an issue that was still that was of concern to the committee. So I'm pleading with members to be specific so that we're able to conclude with all members having had an opportunity to express themselves, because like I said, we have exactly an hour to deal with this presentation. I'm going to start with Honorable Mkhize, Honorable Mkati, Honorable Makakula, Honorable Yodan, Honorable Low, Honorable Shkwambana as well. Okay, let's in that order, honorable members. Honorable Mkhize, Honorable Abanchaba, you'll be the last.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Limpopo PhD, you remember the last point I made on Friday is that their plan is not a plan, because it doesn't speak to specific scope or specific resources assigned already, human and financial, and it doesn't speak to the timeframes as well. Because in terms of project management body of language, project management body of knowledge, a plan is not a plan if it doesn't fit in that triangle. It's only a wish list. I don't think you have gone to the point where you are beyond that. Your plan, your report is following the same path. No clear, at least we've got a scope now, but there's no clear allocation of resources in terms of human and financials, and the time frames are really telling a different story. So reading specifically to save time, Chair, also acknowledging the good progress that has been made in other areas. They still remain without specific timeframes for remedial actions in the master plan, which makes it not a plan. Strategically stretched deadlines to fall into the following financial year period. You heard about 2029 deadline. And how do you know that there will be money by then? Even next year, how do you know there will be money? If you don't know, because money is controlled up there by the Treasury and the National Office, how do you plan around the resources that you don't have? So for me, you still remain not a plan, and we are conveniently stretching the deadlines to the financial periods that you don't have control of. There are convenient barriers of providing financial and technical support, such as that the churches are owned by, EDC centers are owned by people privately in rural farm and township communities. For me, that is too convenient, because at the end of the day, the toddlers are suffering from your inability to support those facilities. And how do you reallocate 20% of the standard budget allocation to the EDC centers to infrastructure? Well, we know that such budget was allocated for specific purposes. If you take it to infrastructure now, how do you compensate for the gap you leave behind? There's relentlessly prolonged planning stages, Chair. You hear that we'll finalize planning next year in 2027, and that is not showing urgency to resolve problems and challenges. There's over-reliance on mobile classes, which were reported to be problematic during the winter and the summer period, as without air conditioning. This shifting blame to the community for failures of government to provide school infrastructure, while also relentlessly infringing the school's health and safety framework. And the province needs to attend to that. In your own report, you are blaming the community for putting learners in a dangerous infrastructure. That is blame shifting. We see the same phenomenon, Chair, in other provinces where parents are forced or mandated now to contribute money to build school infrastructure. So you see that communities being blamed or being forced to take action for what the government is failing to do. What is mobile hostels? If I could get explanation of that, I've never heard about the mobile hostel. So, and specifically for, say, Totoloane Special School, is it cost effective? Is it abiding by the standard health and safety requirements? Have you gone through that check process to make sure that you're not endangering the learners who need special interventions? Beyond establishing multidisciplinary team to address the challenges with undocumented learners, why no specific number of assisted learners is reported at this stage in time? Has that multidisciplinary team produced any results? If not, why? Because time has passed. Why we can't report tangible outcomes already? There are serious weaknesses on the individual member selection criteria and competence of the SGPs based on individual need assessment so that we can know how effective they are, including proper scrutiny on how they influence governance in the public education sector. It looks like now their participation is tokenism. They're just there, but making no practical influence to help the department deal with challenges it faces. There is no substantive continuous development of SGPs looking at the individual need assessment, considering the scope of engagement and challenges in the public schools. So something must happen in Limpopo. We know you just appoint anybody as SGP, they're not substantively contributing, they're not influencing governance, things are falling apart while they are there. There is no clear follow-up and action on the frustrations raised by the SGPs, which defeats the purpose of their very existence. So if you are not engaging what they are saying, not changing or not facilitating any improvement, what's the point of us having SGPs? So let us look at how do you clearly follow up on their frustrations and solve them. There is great concern about competence gap of school principals. I'm happy that they are here. Others are extremely shining, while others are performing dismally under almost the same conditions. So the department has to look into skilling the principals, because we can't have one school suffering because of the competencies of the one principal and the other one is shining under the very same conditions. So let us try to balance the skills of the school managers. Last 2 points, the department to consider providing resources and technical support equitably to EDC's facilities in rural communities, in the farm communities and township communities. I'm proposing here, Chair, the equitability approach. Do individual assessment of each ETC center and provide resources in terms of that individual assessment, as opposed to having blanket intervention, which ends up being a zero intervention in other areas. So, or perhaps the department must consider to take full responsibility of the ETC centers to standardize the quality and support and the quality of support and service delivery conditions. Lastly, we have noted, Chair, that properly managed and well-functioning technical schools are found in urban areas there in Limpopo, and they are also found in suburbs, while the skills provided therein are gravely needed by these poor in rural, farm, and township communities. And this needs urgent attention, Chair. So I will urge the department to really consider the contributions I've made, and also for Mr. Brown to put it on our minutes, because I want to track this moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhize, they will be put in the minutes. My only worry was that, like I said, let's be specific and not generic, because if we say, for example, there are some principles that are lacking and we're not specific, even the intervention, how do we track it? Because if there are principals that are performing well, and if there are certain schools where we're worried about the principal, for example, when I said let's be specific, Honorable Mkhize, if you wanted to say there's a principal we met at Zeraki and the principal was not good,
The
that's
school
what I
that was
wanted.
closed in the mountains, Chair.
That's exactly what I wanted, Mr. Honorable Mkhize. I want that specificness, because it assists for us to track. But if we just generalize, it's difficult to track a recommendation that is generalized. So if you wanted to say the principal we met, who we even had to think about an undertaker in the wrestling phenomenon because of the issues that were there, say it so that there's able to be track of that progress. Okay, it was Honorable Mgadi. But thank you,
Chairperson.
For the first time, you were very succinct. I think it's a new term and the new reason.
No,
We love
don't
it.
start.
We love it.
Don't start, Chair.
We must say, Honorable Mkhize.
Don't start.
She's starting, Honorable Mgati.
Thanks, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, DG, and senior DBE official present, greet you all. Chairperson, I think I will start with my general observation based on the presentation received. Chairperson, it seems to me that Limpopo has effectively become a province of mobile classroom. Temporal structures are mushrooming all over the province. You are surely substituting or replacing what should be bricks and mortar classroom, which mobile classroom, which I think we can all agree with a temporal fix to the infrastructure challenges faced by many schools in the province. I think it's the time we truly scrutinize the issue of the mobile classroom in the province, who are the supplier of this mobile classroom, and why is the department not building school that will last? MEC, I believe that Matlala Primary School is the same school where in 2022, a ceiling board fell on grade 1 learners, which resulted in the school being shut down by parents in protest. 4 years later, we are still speaking about the project and plan to repair the school, with project completion expected in 2027. Why has it taken so long to appoint a contractor and start this project, considering the very evident and pressing need for upgrade at the school? We cannot wait for other child to get hurt before you take the issue of school infrastructure seriously as a province. The presentation, Chairperson, also revealed a disturbing issue of fact. Only 167 schools out of 3,472 have been issued with certificates of acceptability for their National School Nutrition Program kitchens. That is only 4%. Could you please clarify to this committee what this actually means, especially with regard to food safety and security for the many learners depend on the school nutrition program? And lastly, as I am about to conclude through you, Chair, I have 2 more areas I need clarity on, and then I'll give my fellow committee members an opportunity. Firstly, the issue at Seraki Secondary Schools. Something seems largely amiss, but I believe the department could shed light on this. The presentation revealed that in 2025, Seraki obtained a 40.2% pass rate, with only 12% of the learners obtained bachelor passes. And the progress reports now indicate that Term 2 performance in 2026 reflects what I will call a provisionally 100% pass rate and 75% bachelor pass. Now, it will be inaccurate to rely on these progress reports in order to actually track the future, the true or really improvement rates, as an internal assessment cannot be equated to the final NSC examination for many reasons. I'm also very wary about the performance. Furthermore, the fact that the school had to get teachers from other schools in order to teach the grade 12 curriculum. What does this say about the capacity of the current teachers at the school? And how long will this arrangement between Sebase and Seraki go on for? And are there any plans of capacitating and training the teachers at Seraki? And I think lastly, Chairperson, can the department provide clarity on the status, the principal at Malisaba? I mean, those are serious allegations leveled against the principals. And I get the sense that the presentation whitewashes it or attempt to minimize it. What consequence management was taken against the principal? And what reason does the department advance for the principal continue occupation of his or her office? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mkadi. Honorable Mkadi, it's Malisiba. Malisiba, I think, yeah, that's the one that Honorable Mkadi is referring to. Honorable Makakula.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, to all to all present in the meeting. Chair, maybe taking into consideration that the repairs at Tom Naudier High School will commence on the eve of the NSC examination, what measures are in place to ensure that candidates are not affected during the examination? And following up on the questions asked by Member Amgadi on the 4.8% out of 3,472 schools, I just want to make you follow up that what contingency plan exists in the 3,305 schools to eliminate food handling risk, and what is the time frame of the meeting with the municipalities, as this is a matter of agency. Lastly, Chair, the department is indicating that it is in the process of assisting the 3,305 schools. As per their process, may they elaborate maybe breaking into from each other the process which they're going, as they've identified, as to how many for mobile kitchens will be provided for mobile kitchens, how many they'll be provided for the building structures, and how many are going to be fixing, maybe indicating and be specified, unpacking according as I've indicated, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makakula. Honorable Jordan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you to the Department of Limpopo also for the presentation. Chair, I think I have to acknowledge also, as Honorable Mkhize did, that we can see there are some improvements, particularly relating to the infrastructure challenges that we've highlighted. Even though, Chairperson, I think one major infrastructural challenge for us during that visit was the provision of sanitation services. And that's something that I'd like to mention we are just hearing a lack of improvement on. Chair, there are several questions that I've asked during the meeting on the last day of our oversight visit that still remain unanswered. And so I'm going to repeat those questions here to see, with the hopes that the department will be able to respond to them. The first is with regards to the conditional assessment that was apparently being conducted across the province at all schools when it comes to infrastructural challenges and the department's consolidated response to improvement of infrastructure in Limpopo. Has the conditional assessment been concluded, and can the outcome of that be made available to the committee? Chairperson, several of my colleagues have mentioned the issue of mobile classrooms. During that meeting, I requested a cost comparison with regards to what the cost is to issue a mobile classroom to a school and what the cost is approximately to build a brick and mortar classroom. And the response from the department was, and I've noted this on that day, that it costs around 400,000 for a mobile unit, but it costs around 800,000 for a brick and mortar classroom. So, Chair, that to me makes not a lot of sense in terms of why we are issuing so many mobile units. Especially if the cost is, I mean, it is double, but it's not significantly much more to have a more permanent solution. So perhaps the department can just give us some clarity. Chair, I also have the concern that Honorable Ngadi had with regards to the 167 schools that have now received their compliance certificates. This means that our learners are in schools where their food is not prepared safely. This means they are exposed to, unsafe practices when it comes to that. And it also means that, it brings to question the value of investment that the department is making into the NSNP. So perhaps the department can just share some more information on how they will address that issue with urgency. Chair, another issue was white elephant projects. You might recall that they were there, and we've received a report on that school during this presentation. There was a classroom that was unsafe. It was not yet handed over, but the learners were in there, and the department had now responded in their presentation to us that the mobile units once again have been made available until they complete that project. And I think I saw that it will be completed by the end of September. However, we were not given more information about how many projects in across the province have that situation. I recall when we were visiting that school, a SGB member actually came to me and told me that a school just down the road has the same situation. It's an incomplete project. Learners are forced to those conditions, and the matter is just some small compliance issues that the contractor still needs to abide by before handing over. So can the department give us that data? And then, of course, with reason as to why those facilities near completion have not yet been handed over. Then, Chairperson, in that meeting, I'd also asked for a list of officials in the infrastructure department with their job titles or descriptions and their qualifications and experience. This had not yet been provided to the committee. This was in light of some infrastructure officials having geography qualification. No, yes, geography qualification, which brings to question the capacity in the infrastructure department of Limpopo. Chair, there was no presentation on the non-placement of, in January, what were 1,897 learners. So this is with regards to admissions, and I'd like to receive an update on that. Then with regards to ECD, the presentation did explain funding limitations for privately owned centers, but I don't have a sense of a province-wide improvement strategy when it comes to assisting ECD centers moving from bronze to, I think it was gold status of registration. And then ECD, okay, so there was another issue when it came to special needs schools and teaching of South African Sign Language in schools for learners that are deaf. The department had not responded to us. I recall that in the meeting they mentioned they will consider and propose that ECDs are placed at special schools, but we don't have any progress assessment or progress indication on that in this meeting. Then, Chairperson, there was when we were visiting Limpopo, there was a what they call the 1+9 program. So that indication was that 1 day out of every 10 days, the department would spend would use their subject advisors to teach or to train teachers. My question in that meeting, which has still remained unanswered, is that the program relates or takes up 20 days of teaching and learning time. What happens to learners in that 1 day? Perhaps the MEC can also elaborate on that, because I recall her being proud of that project. And then when it comes to grants, there was an incentive grant for for schools that perform, and they will receive then an incentive grant from the Provincial Department for Infrastructure or other challenges that schools are having. And I recall the department indicating that qualifications and performance, academic performance, is analyzed, and then the grant is allocated in terms of that to schools. My question with regards to this is, are we then not neglecting schools where challenges continue to persist. So by rewarding performance in schools by infrastructure. So what we are saying is that schools need to perform exceptionally well before the department actually delivers what it intends to deliver. I'd like to receive a response from the department when it comes to that incentive grant. And then, Chairperson, I asked a question on how many disciplinary cases and insubordination matters are open in the department. This relates to departmental officials. If the department cannot respond to that in this meeting, we'd like to receive a report on that. Also, circuit manager visits. It was very clear during our oversight that several schools seem to be kind of abandoned by their circuit managers. There were glaring inconsistencies when it comes to the quality of support from circuit managers. And I'd like to receive a report from the department on circuit manager visits for the last year from the schools that we have visited during that oversight. And then also what consequence management exists for non-compliance when it comes to what circuit managers are meant to deliver. Then, Chair, just two more issues. The Malesiba school that you've mentioned, there were some very concerning allegations, and the department has only responded to SGB gaps, SGB position gaps. Can they please respond to us on the allegations that the principal had made with regards to unilateral curriculum change and payments that were made without SGB approval, or any kind of disciplinary matters that have been undergone with regards to that? And then, Chair, just the last issue, there were also several schools that did not have access to water. And I know you've mentioned that we shouldn't be generalizing, but this was an issue that was prevalent in many of the schools that we visited. And many of those schools had indicated that they purchase water through water tankers when they have recurring water interruptions. Can the department mention to us whether there had been any kind of action taken from January until now when it comes to delivering water to these schools? And can they also give us a number? I'd like to know how much had been spent on purchasing water by schools in the province where local municipalities are failing to deliver water. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Yordan. Honorable Law.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Before turning to the outstanding matters, I think one must applaud and commend the Limpopo Department of Education for the concrete steps taken since our oversight visit in January. I think within a relatively short period of time, the department has delivered mobile classrooms to 7 schools, including 6 at Pugu and 6 at Otwane, replaced Kutule's pit toilets, and they've also repaired air conditions at Matlala Chair, and also installed solar energy systems at most of the schools. Assertive devices with several million rand have reportedly been reached, also, Chair, on learners' disability. And then I think we should also welcome the recruitment of 113 from 611 support posts at the special school. So I'm raising all of these so that we don't be seen as the negatively members who would also, or people who are sent to represent the people, only not to note the notable change that we've received. I've saw the presentation, I went through the presentation, I read the presentation, and I want to acknowledge, that yes, there are issues of importance that we think we should speak about, and we should put into your issues of the SGB governance, where they've reconstituted the SGB meetings, your circular 276 of the 2025 on the triggered admissions. So I want to applaud the work done by the department, and I want to base suddenly my questions firstly to the national department, because I want to be specific, because the province, what all the constraints and the frustrations and the notable targets and indicators they've given us as the portfolio committee, we must be able to play our oversight and be able to align them properly. But what they've done ever since we've been doing oversight, they've outshined other provinces. They've not withheld any information. they've given us the information as it is, and they are open in such a way that I would want to acknowledge that. So I'd want to pose my question to the National Department to say which Limpopo challenges require direct national intervention rather than continued provincial monitoring, given the financial constraints, the infrastructure backlogs. Has the DB issued any directive or remedial instruction to Limpopo following the committee's oversight findings? How will the DB coordinate with the Department of Health, Home Affairs, Social Development, Public Works, Transport, and the local municipalities on the cross-cutting recommendations? How far is the DBE? How have they intervened to make sure that the department is doing that? What role should municipalities play in water, electricity? Have we clarified that? Kitchen certification, access roads and ECD infrastructure. What intervention has been done from national to province? Because these problems, they cut across. When we've been doing our oversight, there's not been intergovernmental relations that has been making sure that all things are possible as expected. And then where there is lack of capacity, which spheres of government assumes responsibility for ensuring that learners' rights are protected? What have we done to make protection? Because in most instances, municipalities have violated the rights of our learners. And what measures have you put in place, and what measures up there in the MOUs and the DB has done with regard to that? And then will the DB provide a committee with a quarterly independently verified reports until recommendations are properly done? I'm asking this, Chair, because in all of the issues that had been raised in the reports, in all of the responses that you got from the Limpopo department, everything is in progress, even if most of them, they are future tense, but mostly they're in progress. But now we should be giving DBE a way to say quarterly, have we been receiving reports on the implementation to play your oversight role? For us, before that, we can be going to proceed to deal with issues. So I want to welcome the report, and I also want to pose to the Limpopo to say, is your Bella Act implementation. I'm so obsessed about Bella because there's not been notable progress being done, and there's been manipulations of wanting to not implementing what is trying to balance what the Constitutional Court has given as the courts. Is Circular 276 of 2025 and Limpopo's delegation to circuit managers consistent with the National Bella implementation framework? We must know about that. What training and quality assurance measures ensure that circuit managers have the legal competency to assess admission and language policies? And ke a kgopela bagolo e ntshwareleng, but Ntate Maladi tshwantse a le teng. I want to put another question. Ntate Maladi of infrastructure, is he still there? If he's still there, what is he doing? What consequence management was taken? Because we were not there the last time as oversight. And what national mechanism identifies schools that use language or capacity policies as indirect barriers to admission? So I'm raising all of these because of when we could have put a presentation. I see the presentation has covered the pit toilets that they could have completed and eradicated, but we would need to get a direct states that says that we are done. We don't have any pit toilets if we're going to go back. And can we also be provided with the adequate photograph and inspections that will be able to assist us? And how many schools that had non-functioning toilets, despite having formal sanitation infrastructure, have you closed up, and is there progress? Out of 100%, if you're at 98%, can you get specification? And then when are you going to be able to finish? Because planning goes along with the future and the current. So I'd want to pose such questions. And then lastly, Chair, which wanting to commend the department, but I'd want to put pressure more on the national department on what interventions have they played on this particular way. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Low. It's Honorable Shkwambana.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to fellow committee members, Department of Basic Education, and also the Basic Education Department in Limpopo. One will also want to welcome the presentation, but however, if you check how other members were also asking questions, there's a sense that one is getting to say the presentation somehow seems to be reactionary, because most of the recommendations that were made by the portfolio committee during our oversight
Honorable Shkwambana, you are breaking. You are breaking. Please try to find a suitable.
work in progress. but it's still just work in progress. So for me, but what I hold down. Chair, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm in an area where there's a serious network problem. You will forgive me for that. I was saying I've been covered by most of the previous or latter speakers of the portfolio committee members who have actually made their questions forth. But one will also say the presentation before us from the Department of Education in Limpopo is mainly reactionary in a sense that majority of the recommendations that were made from the portfolio committee oversight visit that was made in Limpopo, they are actually work in progress. There's a lot of recommendations that as we get the presentation here today, a lot of things are not completed. It's just a matter of this work in progress, work in progress. Therefore, I won't be long in terms of my questions because most of the questions that I had, the other members have actually went through those questions. So I may not want to repeat the same questions. But what I want to know from the department is that from the committee's recommendations that were made during our oversight visit in the province, I want to check if there are am I audible? Chair?
We can hear you, Shikwambana.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I was saying I want to check.
You are audible. We can hear you.
Yeah, it's fine. Thank you very much. But I wanted to check from the committee, from the department that from the committee's recommendations that have been made during our oversight committee, what are the projects or anything that was suggested by the committee that has been fully implemented by the department with that regard, mostly particularly on the infrastructure part. And the other issue that which I want to know from the department, I hear that there's a lot of projects that are in progress in terms of infrastructure, the likes of Muime primary schools. There's a project that is incoming, expected to be completed somewhere around September next year. So, but what I want to know is that of all the schools that we have mentioned, where you have actually listed, or maybe you are saying that you are going to start renovating buildings and do all those type of things. I want to believe that there's a project list of companies or a project list where, as a department, you are saying this is our project list that is contained of different schools from different regions, sub-regions, circuit, and so forth. So I want to request from the department that can you please give us a list of all those projects that you have so that we can check whether these schools that we have visited and recommended that there should be a improvement or renovation that must be made, or there should be any building that should be built in those schools, if they are indeed part of that project list that you have within the department, because we need to track it and check from our side to say, is Muime primary school part of the project list of the department indeed? Of course, we can see is there in the presentation that which we are giving us today before us. But I want you to provide a list of those projects so that we are able to see whether indeed these schools are part of the plans of the department or the plans of the education department. One other issue that which I want to speak on, and I think Honorable Law touched on it. We have stressed a lot with regard to the man in question called Mr. Malaji, who was man of the match in infrastructural challenges and problems that are there in the province of Limpopo. And as a committee, we have spoken strongly to say we don't think this Mr. Malachi is assisting the province, because the province is sitting with a lot of infrastructural problems under his stewardship. And we therefore requested the department to remove this guy of Mr. Malachi. And we want to know now, because there's no way we are getting any indication as to how did they deal with the question of Mr. Malachi, because Mr. Malachi was part or one of the problematic person in each and every school that we have visited. Mr. Malachi was a problem to an extent that he did not even attend some of our meetings. He was no longer coming because he realized that every day is his name that is being discussed. So we want to check, is Mr. Malachi still with the department under infrastructure? And what is he doing there? If he's no longer there, who has replaced Mr. Malachi? Because we need to know if we are making progress, because we cannot come and identify a problem and then the department also acknowledges that here we've got a problem and there's no consequence management with regard to that. So that is the question that is more of interest to me, that I want to know whether if Mr. Malachi is still with the department under infrastructure, or if you have removed him from infrastructure and put him somewhere, where and why, and who have replaced Mr. Malachi, if indeed Mr. Malachi is replaced. Thank you, Chair.
Member Honorable Kabancha.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me, Chair, can you allow me to switch off my video, because it will not, it will be problematic
allowed.
for.
You're allowed, ma.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greeting to Minister, Deputy Minister, Chair, and my whip, and honorable members in the platform. Honorable Chairperson, I won't be saying much because the honorable member, all honorable members, they've taken my question, but let me congratulate you or commend the Limpopo Province, Provincial Department of Basic Education, the job that they have done. In the space, in the short of space where we were doing our oversight, Honorable Chair, really they did work. They work because on our finding issues where we were so, I don't know what must I saying, we were very cross about the Department of Limpopo Province when we were visiting Limpopo, but now I'm happy. I'm happy the way they're being listen to our call as a committee to say, here there is a problem, here there is a problem, and then they quickly fix it, even if they are not finishing. But you can see that there is a progress indeed. So my question, Chair, just it won't be too much, because honorable members, they've taken everything. Just in the Chair, I will want to ask you to the Department of Limpopo, what is the collective action will be implemented where deadline have been met, and when should the committee conduct an unannounced follow up or to verify the progress? Are we going to find all these projects finalized? Because the problem we have, I'm not saying in Limpopo, the problem we have in our provinces, we found that the project was started, but it is not finished. And it was started a long way back, but it's not finished. And we found out that the money is finished, but the project is not finished. I thank you, Chair.
I think that makes the last of the hands that we had. Principal Yingisani, you are unmuted. Can you please mute? Okay. So thank you very much to all the members for the questions. And to the department to say some of these questions require comprehensive responses where we will actually expect you to submit to us something in writing. So for example, if we say, can you outline the tangible mitigating steps that you have taken for kitchens, school kitchens that don't comply, you need to comprehensively give us something or a written response. But one wants to also, in general, applaud as well the work that has been done. We visited the province in the beginning of this year, and half the year, we are here with some of the issues having been dealt with immediately as we had directed. I think that's something that we must applaud. We need to also applaud the fact that the province was, the PED was able to engage in some areas with the specific stakeholders. We must say that there are areas where we are still having serious concerns. And what we want the province to do is to actually utilize the same vigor to deal with other issues, to deal with the areas of concerns that we still have. I wanted the Department of the DBE firstly to engage on the ECD issue, the ECD private ownership limitation, because it is a limitation. DBE did confirm that they can't conduct any maintenance, any building maintenance or infrastructure maintenance on privately owned properties. And we said that really this is a limitation because there are areas where, for example, and I want to make it this example, and I do hope that we take up this issue as a portfolio committee with the executive. The example I was making was that basic education identifies pit latrine toilets as posing a risk to the health and safety of learners that are between the ages of 5 to 17 years or 18 years, because that is in our schools. We identify that. We even undergo a program of ASIDI, I don't remember the other one, where we plan to eradicate all pit latrine toilets in our schools because we understand the risks that they pose for our children. So we actually agree in principle as a basic education sector that pit latrine toilets are not safe. Now we've undertaken the function of ECD centers. 80% of our ECD centers, if not 90% of our ECD centers in rural villages still utilizes pit latrine toilets. How do we rationalize to the next person who comes to our country who asks us about this? How do we rationalize that we found pit latrine toilets to be very unsafe to an extent that we underwent a serious program to eradicate all of them in schools that cater for children between the ages of 6 to 18, but we still are using such pit latrine toilets for children that are between the ages of 0 to 5 in ECD centers? How do we rationalize it? How do we even begin to rationalize that what we deem to be so unfit for children that at least some of them, even though they're young, but they are older, But we are not saying these conditions are very unsafe for children that are even younger. So it's really, really something that I think DPE needs to engage on, because I think we need to get into a point where we run a serious campaign on the eradication of pit latrine toilets in all ECD centers, especially ECD centers in rural areas, because we don't want to run such a campaign when we've lost a young child and when there has been an accident. Because really, I cannot rationalize it. We can't rationalize that aspect. So I do believe that as we engage on this model that you've been speaking to us about, because when we speak to DPE about ECTs, I don't think we agree, because the only point where we don't agree more is that DPE is trying to say to us, Banapele mass registration. We're saying that is not a model, that is a registration process. What is your model of delivery of the ECT? Early childhood learning programs. What's your model? And they said, no, model is a lot, it's divided, there's this and that and that. But that is not a model. You need to say to us, our model is, if it's a PPE, if it's a public-private ownership or public-private delivery model, say to us it is. Because if you say that, then you are able to set up a framework on how do you intervene on infrastructure challenges that exist in the ECD sector. It can't be enough to say, the allocation, the 20% allocation, because all of us know how much is the allocation. And all of us know that the infrastructure challenges that are in, especially rural ECDs, really, really with the current allocation that is there, or the model that currently exists of saying that allocation of 22 rand or 24 rand per child per day, 20% of it must be used on infrastructure. We know how the limitations of that, because we know that ECD centers in rural areas buy water. So you utilize that to buy water. So there's many other challenges that they face, and I think that's a discussion that we have to have with DPE, because I don't think it's a Limpopo matter. I think it's really a nationwide issue that as DPE we need to get to the discussion of this model, because I don't think you've given us a model. I think what you're giving us is really your own trying to grasp with the function, because you are trying to grasp with the function. Where we're seated currently, what DPE offers or what it provides is the curriculum outline, because the ECD centers do acknowledge that, yes, we do get a curriculum outline. We get some kind of LTSM, and what you also provide is the allocation of 24 rand per child per day. And I think we need to interrogate if that 24 rand per child per day, if it's adequate to deal with maintenance and infrastructure, and to deal with maintenance infrastructure, to deal with services. What you call paying for electricity, paying for water, to deal also, because the other rationalization, the other thing we need to rationalize, which we are not rationalizing, is that, so we're saying children that go to school can't afford, we classify it and we categorize schools per areas. We said in these areas, these schools are no fee schools, because children, the parents and the socio-economic conditions of the parents here, the parents will not be able to afford fees. However, we're saying that no, we want all the same children in the same community. We're saying we want them to have universal access to ECT centers, but we're saying they must pay. They must pay fees of around 250 per month. How do we rationalize that? So I do believe that we need that discussion. I know, Limpopo, you're going to have an indaba, but we need to have a discussion with the department on what is your plan. Even if you say to us, look, this is a model we aspire to have. This is as per benchmarking. We've done benchmarking. This is what we've seen in other areas. but we can't afford it. Even if you say that to us, we'll understand that you have a vision, you've got a plan. And we look at that plan and we say, okay, how do we then bite this elephant piece by piece? Where do we start? How do we start it? But ultimately, our vision is that, so we don't have such as it relates to ECTs. I know we have such as it relates to many other issues in the basic education sector. I mean, if you go to NDP 2030, you have a lot of these visions that we have as it relates to where we want to see the basic education at the state of schooling, our state of schooling, the academic performance, the infrastructure by 2030. But we don't have such with ECD that is comprehensive that we can pin on and touch on. And I think that's a conversation we need to have because it's seriously stressing. Also, added to that is the issue of children with special needs, special educational needs, and children with special needs. Where we learned and we said it was very painful to listen to that. And I take it this is not a discussion of the base of the PED, it's a discussion of the DBE at a national level. When you go to every special needs school, the teachers and the principals of those schools are at pains to tell you that a deaf learner starts learning language when they are probably 7 when they come to school. That's the first time they learn to communicate with the next person. Because there are no ECD centers that accommodates deaf learners where they can learn to speak and learn to communicate at the same time that any other child learns to communicate. Because children learn to communicate around 2 to 3 years, around 1 actually. They start learning to communicate. And a deaf child can't learn to communicate. They don't know how to communicate. They live in their own world until they're 7 because we don't have, or our ECD centers currently do not have specialized personnel that will be able to actually assist or facilitate the learning of communicating and the learning of the sign language for all the learners. And that is not inclusive education in my view. So this child must suffer to communicate and they must not communicate with anyone on the basis that they're deaf. And that for me, I cannot rationalize that. And that goes also to the issue of the model of ECTs. So I think we need to have that conversation and we need to have it soon. I want to agree with the members that are highlighting or pointing out Matlala School, Poko School, and Muime School. Because in Matlala, we said we needed to get an understanding as to, because this school has already been prioritized for rebuilding, but nothing has happened except for the planning phase. And we even went further to say there must be consequence management when you do find who delayed the process. And the department said, well, the process was delayed at Public Works. So we need to get an understanding, and I think give us this in a written response, a comprehensive report on the delays and how we can be assured that there will not be any further more delays in this current process. I know you are saying this is what you're going to be doing when. So we need a comprehensive report that shows that actually asserts the mitigating or the consequence management plans, and that says there will be no further delays, and to show that there will be no further delays is because we've done this and that and that and that and that and that. And that's something that we want in writing. Poko, I take it as the school where learners had occupied a building for 6 years without an occupation certificate. And in your report, you're saying that you've appointed or you're going to appoint contractors. And I think what we need to understand comprehensively is that are these contractors is part of their scope to complete those uncompleted buildings? And what is the scope of work? Because when there was an explanation given to us then that really raised concern. So we need that comprehensive report. and on Muime as well, that comprehensive report on exactly how the department is going to ensure that there are no delays in the completion of these 3 schools. The department said to us when we were in the province that you are currently conducting a conditional assessment, infrastructure conditional assessment of all the schools. One wants to know where is the progress, how is the progress, and when can we expect the department to come and engage us on the report of this conditional assessment. Siraki School, the issue about the merger, there seemed to be issues with the merger process, and seemingly it looked like the community was not too happy with the merger process. And now you are restarting the process. And for me, I would have thought you would have restarted the process earlier to ensure that as the new academic year starts next year, there is clarity on whether the school remains or not, because the underperformance of the school, the chronic underperformance of the school, was actually the circuit and the district said to us is as a result of the non-viability of the school. The fact that the school has a very low enrollment, as a result, it cannot get the adequate number of teachers and the adequate or the skills that is required. So we expecting that to be resolved as soon as possible. That's why I want to understand. So how far are we with the process of the merger? And so that at least when the new academic year starts, we are assured as a portfolio committee that things would have been resolved. The review of both language and admission policies, I see the department has delegated the powers and has issued a circular that schools ought to do that. Now we want to know, because admissions are starting now, so parents are starting to apply for their learners. Petersburg School, a very big school in Polokwane where 90% of the population speaks Sepedi, it's an Afrikaans medium. So majority of the population in that area can't access that school. We want to know if they are going to be able to access that school starting next year. So we want to know if their language policy has been reviewed, including Belfenjon, those 2 schools. I want to know because those were the 2 schools where the language policy did not reflect the demographics of the surrounding communities. And as a result, we said urgently deal with the issue. What I see is just the issue of issuing the circular, the delegation of the review of those policies, but we don't see progress. We are not told in terms of this delegation, this school, there has been the process of review has started. The SGP has met parents. This is what happened. This is what happened. We'll finalize the review by this time so that when parents start applying for next year, they've got access to those 2 schools. So those are the 2 issues for me. Kutule, in terms of underperformance, your midterm performance still shows or still indicates that they're still not performing well. What are the remedial actions? But all in all, MEC and the team, one must really applaud your efforts, and we must applaud the fact that you really tried to engage with the recommendations of the committee, and that is what we expect, and we applaud that. Thank you very much. So I'm going to allow firstly start with the DM if you want to respond, or maybe start with the province, and then we go to DPE to finalize. As I had said, we're supposed to have been done by 12:30, but we can get the responses and finalize. MEC, you want to lead the team in the responses?
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and also greetings once more to the leadership and the honorable members, the DM. I think we have we want to thank you and accept the issues raised. We have got more than, I think, 40 issues raised by the honorable members, but also we are agreeing with you that where we feel that there should be a process, We'll then have to still come back, write and engage. There are just 2 or 3 issues that we feel that DBE as well could be able to assist us through the DM and the DG in the meeting. We have got a chair, as I indicated, district directors, as you saw, that we said we have got district directors, we have got circuit managers. But in this case, I'm going to request the district directors to respond to the issues in their districts. Because some of the issues on curriculum and the support to the schools is what we are working with the district directors. So in a specific order, if you allow me, I'm going to request the Dr. Kokela to start in Sekhukhune South if he has got issues, Sekhukhune East, and then Menkuzana to follow, and then Ms. Mudiga to follow in that order. They will deal with the issues that they have in their district. And then we'll then come back to ourselves as the office. I think I will start on the other process. Thank you so much. Didis? Dr. Kokela? Dr. Malaji? Oh, okay. Please start.
Yeah, no,
the time is not on our side.
No, I was indicating, Honorable MEC, that he seemed not to be on the platform or he's having challenges with technology.
Okay, is Malachi here?
Yes, I am, Honorable MEC.
Please talk
okay,
to the committee.
Thanks, DDG and Honorable MEC, Honorable Members of Parliament and DG. In terms of Saraki, we anticipated that the learners might not cover the content, and we outsourced the experienced teachers from Sevasi Secondary School in order to ensure that content is covered in the grade 12. At the same time, the issue of the lower classes, we ensured that the teachers that were at the school are dealing with the lower classes so that they cover the content, which they are doing well now. And we managed to move from 42% to 100, which we are even now in terms of rapid response and the content clinics that we arranged. We think we will sustain that one. As alluded, in terms of merging, we are still going to restart the process with the DDG because the barrier was between the 2 chiefs, which mainly will need the upper structure to deal with that. So we will follow the process and respond as and when the process will get problems. But safe to indicate that we are happy that the content has been covered throughout the 2 terms. Also, the lower classes are taken care of. Thank you, Honorable MC.
Thank you, Dr. Kokela. Okay, seemingly he just said to me he's back, so he's still cut. Didi Nkuzana?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable MEC DM and all honorable members. With Capricorn South, I think what was raised is about Petersburg Life School what we did after the visit, we had a workshop with all the schools in the city. And we also gave support to Lair School. For now, what we are still going to do with them is to check. Now we are busy with 2027 admission. So we are saying for a start for 2027, we are going to have a CPD as file, which will be starting in 2027. So that's how far we are with Petersburg Lair School MSc. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Mudika.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you to the Honorable Chairperson and the other honorable members and colleagues on the platform. For Mopani West Education District, the critical issue is with Malisiba. What we did as a district after conducting the investigations and our findings, we also issued out directives to the then circuit manager Memory. But as we were preparing for this meeting, we discovered that she had not implemented some of the directives that we had given her, especially in terms of consequence management, because now the circuit manager has since retired. I think it's about 3 or 4 months that she has been out of the circuit. And we got a team of circuit managers to assist in babysitting the circuit. So as a district, we will take it upon ourselves to look into what we had instructed the circuit manager to do, and we will take it from there. In terms of security, especially for Malisiba and Moime, the two schools belong to, we had a challenge of a high vacancy rate in terms of the governance officials. But now that they have been appointed, they have a month in the system. Part of their induction was to give them directives in terms of what to do in ensuring compliance to the directives. So that will also be addressed with the new team that we have of the governance officials. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay.
Thank you, MEC. I'm having challenges with my network. I'm in and out. Am I audible?
You are, Didi.
Yeah, we applaud the progress made in terms of infrastructure in Skune South. All schools reported. As Wosile Secondary School, as Mr. Dima has also indicated, as well as Khotala. These are just examples of principals that are appreciating progress registered in terms of infrastructure. What is left on our part is the issue of Penveljoen in terms of language policy. We have not yet received anything from the circuit manager. Out of this meeting, I will check whether the school has submitted the revised policies in terms of the language as well as admission, so that she could take it further. If she needs advice, she will contact the district for advice in terms of the approval. But I think there should be progress in terms of Penveljoen. That is the progress we have as Skune South. Thank you, MEC and colleagues. And I'm sorry, my apologies. My network is just very poor today. Thank you.
Thank you to the district directors, Honorable Chair and the honorable members and GM. I think now we'll go into infrastructure. There was a continuous question about consequences on Mr. Malachi, if he's still with the system and he's not, or he has left. And I think that question came in 3 times, Honorable Chair, by 3 different members on the consequence management of Mr. Malachi. After seeing that we were behind, I'm explaining only this question because Mr. Malachi is going to come to the platform to answer the issues on infrastructure as requested, where we would have to submit written. He will indicate that we'll do the written, which will all take responsibility. We had the HOD do the processes of consequence management with him where he was given an opportunity to explain why he should not be suspended, because when we are dealing with the consequence management, we also have to deal with the labor issues. So within the department, the HOD has started that process. On our side, from the report, I'm sure the HOD is not in the meeting, there's an acting HOD. We can be able to submit a report on the process that the HOD did with him, but I'm aware as the MEC that there was a process. We are also monitoring, because Mr. Malaji and his team had to have a schedule now weekly with implementing agents, and we have also concluded internally to advertise for panels for us to be able to cut down on the time without compromising the quality of work that has to be done. So that is why the honorable members, through you, Chair, will hear Mr. Malaji still reporting. The other question was that we need to make a submission on the qualification and of the people that are working in the department in infrastructure. That will do, because myself, I've already met the whole team. The exercise was about who are you, what qualification do you have, which post are you dealing with in the department, is your portfolio of what you are doing moving or stuck? What are the challenges that you face within your daily operation, and why are the portfolio issues that you are dealing with stuck or they get delayed? Because we needed to unpack the challenges that maybe amongst themselves they were giving each other. So that report is readily available, because I've gone to deal with them. So I'm not sure on the geography story, what it has arrived in terms of somebody's qualification or geography. Is it a subject that they did at secondary? But I've done that exercise both with the infrastructure and also with the teams in governance that deals with scholar transport and nutrition, which was on one-on-one, and we spent the whole day. So that report is readily available. Chief Director Bomalaji, can you respond to your issues from the honorable members?
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Let me extend my greetings to the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, the Deputy Minister, all senior officials in the meeting. Good day. I'll start by responding to issues raised by Honorable Mkhize. The issue of the timeline of our projects, timed beyond the current financial year. Unfortunately, the nature of this infrastructure projects is that they could be multi-year, looking at the scope that you are going to implement. So as we project the timelines, unfortunately, the planning and also construction period, you might have situations where they extend beyond the current financial year. We, in terms of the over-reliance on mobiles, we do acknowledge the issue of mobiles, that it's a bit problematic. We do respond from time to time on urgent matters, infrastructure matters, where there are safety concerns in schools, as well as issues of overcrowding with mobiles, because it's actually a way quicker way of responding to these challenges. But on the other hand, we have got programs on the ground that we are implementing of in building brick and mortar classrooms. In fact, the schools that were visited by the portfolio committee, the ones where we have provided mobiles already, in the scope of work, we've got classrooms to actually replace those mobiles. The issue of mobile hostels, the mobile hostels that we have built at Stotolwane. These are prefabricated structures which we actually constructed there to deal with the issues of overcrowding, but also because we have a project that is going on to refurbish the hostels. They are going to assist us in terms of decanting purposes, and we are making sure that they are indeed compliant. There was a question from, I think it's Honorable Mugadi regarding Matlala. As Matlala, there was also a question from the Honorable Chairperson where we need to respond in writing. We'll also include this one in writing. From Honorable Magagula, there were issues around measures that we need to take into account to ensure that construction or repairs are not disruptive at Tom Nodi. We noted this. This is part of our plans. As soon as the contractor is appointed, as part of our stakeholder engagement processes, we'll engage with the school as well as the principal, just to ensure that the plan that we implement there aligns to their activities and does not disrupt what they are doing as a school. There was an issue from Honorable Jordan. Let me start in terms of sanitation. The schools that have been visited by the portfolio committee, where we are providing additional infrastructure, this will include it will include sanitation. The issue of clarity on mobiles versus brick, we have indeed indicated those figures, but we are also saying that I think the time factor in this case is your turnaround, delivery turnaround time. In this case, it's what makes mobiles, I would say, favorable in conditions where we are looking at the safety of learners and issues that we need to deal with urgently. But as part of this process of condition assessment, we've also assessed the mobiles, and as part of our plan that we'll put in place, we're also putting a plan to actually replace mobiles where the schools are actually depending on mobiles. We'll also provide, as part of the report on POCO, the schools that have got the same conditions as POCO. And the Honorable MEC has already responded to the issue of the infrastructure personnel. And I would also want to indicate that the schools where we are providing additional infrastructure, which were identified by the portfolio committee, will also be putting up new water infrastructure in the form of boreholes as well as storage. And we'll also provide a report on the updated report on the eradication of pit latrines process. And we'll also, the question from Honorable Shkwambani, will also provide a list of schools or projects which we are currently implementing in the current financial year, which will include the projects that we've committed in terms of this the report. We'll also, the reports for the chairperson, Matlala, will provide a report on Matlala. We'll also provide a report on POCO and Muime. And then the conditional assessment, we are about 95% done with the conditional assessment. And what we have been doing is to pick up problematic areas already before they could even present the consolidated report, to pick up problematic areas and make sure that we actually attend to them as urgently as possible. So the condition assessment itself it's, as I've indicated, about 95% complete, and it is a report that we should be receiving. I think this should be the questions from infrastructure. I hope I'm not missing anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. TTGs, can we start with you, Mr. Patel? Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I was trying to unmute. And thank you, Chair. And let me greet the honorables and the DG. The issue that maybe I need to talk to Honorable MEC is the issue of 1:9. I think that's the issue that came strongly. The other issues I think the colleagues have touched on in terms of curriculum. The 1:9 model, maybe just to explain it further, it says you take teachers out one day out of the classroom, and the concern from the honorable is that what about the other days, because they have lost learners who shall have lost the time for teaching and learning. Now, what we have done, honorable, is that honorable Chair, we have trained circuit managers and principals of the schools involved. Remember, it's not all the schools. It's only in those schools where we have underqualified teachers where we apply this model, and those that are underperforming in some instances, not all the schools. Now, the training that we did, it's for the adjustment of the timetable. What will happen is that, remember, these children who are doing mathematics, they are doing other subjects. I'll just give you an example of geography, for instance. You find that in this particular school, 30 learners are doing maths and geography. Now, when we talk about this adjustment, the principal and the circuit manager would then, in that period, sometimes it's one period, double period. During those periods when this teacher has been taken out, geography teacher will then come in and teach those children so that they are not idling. Now, when the teacher comes back, because it's a cycle, then those the geography teacher in particular, in that particular school, would then forfeit his period which he used for mathematics. So that's how we then augment that kind of cycle where we remove these teachers from class 1:10 and 1:9, and it's working miracles for us, especially for underqualified teachers. I'm not sure if Honorable MEC, there is any other one that to curriculum that I could have missed. But in terms of the schools from the district, we will be embarking on a rapid response. Now, when we talk about a rapid response, we have analyzed in term 2, we have analyzed the subjects, individual subjects of these learners and in these particular schools. Then what it means is that in rapid response, we are going to take out these learners. We're dividing them, those who are good performers and those who are slow performers, so that we are able to work on those particular learners in those particular topics where they have failed. So that's what it means in terms of rapid response. That's why we're saying we have included them in the upcoming enrichment classes that we're going to have, so that we can take this school in particular in Sekhukhune South that do not have quality. So we are going to work on the quality passes in that particular school. So let me pause here, Honorable MEC. I'm not sure if I missed any other point that the Honorable says have raised. Thank you.
Thank you so much. DTG Mashaba.
Thank you, MEC, and good afternoon to the chairperson and all the honorable members. MEC, I think from corporate, I did not pick up anything that needed our response, but I can be assisted if I did, but I did not pick up anything. Thank you.
Okay, I think much of the issues were at the districts, they answered. DTG Mudongwan also acting. Oh, before you, CFO, is there anything that you have picked up on your part? The budget cycles and why would we commit on the other years?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members, Honorable MEC and colleagues. I have noted the issue on the budget, but just to indicate to the Honorable that when we do budget, we do on a multi-year budgeting, and this will take into consideration what the Honorables have actually indicated, because in certain instances we'll have to reprioritize other projects and prioritize the ones that are urgent and based on the need as indicated. I think that is the one that it's on me, Honorable MEC. Thank you.
Acting HOD.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair, and Honorable members and DM. Let me also appreciate the questions and input by honorable members, and indicate that where members have rather requested written reports, those detailed reports would then be availed. I must indicate that indeed we appreciate also the guidance in this regard. The challenges at hand are quite immense, but they are not insurmountable. And I think the interventions by the committee indeed assisted the department to make inroads, I think, in areas where we would even generally be slow. I think the issue that the Honorable MEC also referenced to in relation to infrastructure, where now panels have been appointed and processes for provision of improved or refurbishments of infrastructure, we expect to see those improving as we go forward. Indeed, we acknowledge that as much as we provide or we have provided progress in this regard, the work ahead is still quite daunting, and we are committed, honorable members, to continue to improve the efforts that the department has demonstrated to date. Yes, in some areas, the progress might look unsatisfactory, but I must affirm that on a weekly basis, the department continues to put efforts in specific areas to make sure that their interventions are more felt at the school. Yes, the issue of the mobiles, even though we saw it as an immediate temporary relief, a long-term strategy on how we therefore deal with mobiles going forward should also be provided. I wouldn't agree less with the chairperson around the challenges around our ECDs. And indeed, it continued to remain a thorny issue that attention needs to be provided on. Maybe in my concluding through you, Honorable MEC, I could also emphasize the need for us to hasten our engagement with our municipalities, especially in relation to kitchen facilities that are required at our schools. Safe to say that indeed, be that as it may, schools with circuits continue to ensure that not only learners are fed, but our NSNP handlers actually do follow the basic guidance on how to go about preparations of the food, irrespective of the undesirable infrastructure that we find ourselves having in our schools. But I think indeed commitment stands, is there from the department, and I'm quite convinced and comfortable that the follow-up that the portfolio committee would make would indeed demonstrate quite significant improvements in a number of areas. Thank you, Honorable MEC, through you.
Thanks to the team. I hope I didn't leave out anyone. But safe to say, Chair and the honorable members and DM, that we rely, I'm sure DBE through the DG will assist us on explaining the whole process of why does physical brick and mortar infrastructure takes a long time. The committee comes in January, sees a dilapidated building and says, when we come back or when we call you to the meeting in August, we want a fully fledged school. Some issues when it relates to that is not possible. They will assist me, the technical team, to assist. What I want to just deal with is that on our side, on the ECD issues on how would individualize meeting or knowing them is through the program that we are being assisted with and working with DBE. That is why one honorable member was referring to the gold status. That in itself, when we are registering them through the stages, it's helping us to know all our ECDs and also understand. And in the process, we are assisting them. There was an issue on the SGBs. I think we are receiving it. My understanding is that parents of that school come together and sit and discuss. I had a child one time in the public school in Polokwane. Now she has finished grade 12. You'll have parents coming in, and in other schools, they will sit and discuss the type of skills that within the parents they have. But you'll have other schools that parents can come in and discuss amongst themselves, lobby and get that SGB. But what we do on our part through governance is to make sure that they are trained on specific issues like how to on leadership and also handling of funds. So I think we hear you on what we are talking about, the vast skills of the SGB members. I'm not sure if the hand chair wants me or you, but then there's an issue, I think, on the progress of the schools. We had a meeting last week with the AG. One of the issues that the Auditor General was raising, Chair, was on the kitchens, which the same way that the honorable members are talking about certificates of the kitchens. And one of the issues that the AG was raising with us when I was saying to him, both the storage, you'll have the storage that have got high windows because of a crime, that is people are stealing the food, then they had to put burglars and put all these things. And secondly, we had schools that have been built existing and the feeding scheme came later. And then now our policy says we need to comply with the kitchen. The program that should be able to be rolled out now is how do we provide the proper nutrition centers. And on the schools that we are building, we are adding the nutrition center as part of our buildings when we are doing the schools. So the argument is about that our policy says this, but on the physical in the schools, they are not found. So the certificate will follow what they are finding in the schools. But we had a first time working with mobile kitchens, and I can tell you, we can be able to, there are schools that if they are given mobile kitchens, they can be able to cope, but there are other schools that they will not be able to cope. Remember, it is not only about the kitchen, it will also be about a reasonable place for a learner to sit and eat. So we also need to deal with it in those ways. And I think the report will be given. And I think the other issues, unless we have not been able to deal with them. There's an issue, Honorable Chair, that has been raised on technical schools. We fully agree. But what we are doing now, as we increase the number of schools that are in the number of schools that are of specialization, which includes your technical schools, we are also going to have technical schools in rural areas, which before they never had those technical schools. And we have got a target that we are working around. One of the things that we also need to work around is to make sure that when now we are advertising teachers' posts, the curriculum team should be able, I thought they'll speak on that, they should be able to have teachers that will be able to mend those schools. And we have spoken to curriculum, we have discussed it with corporate, that as they advertise and the principals and the circuit managers, as they work on this delegation, they should be able to deal with those the issues. There are issues on status of principals. I'm sure the circuit managers will write a report, will then edit up and deal with that. There are issues on the conditional assessment. Malachi has spoken on it last week, Friday. We had a meeting. I'm sure DM and DG will also speak on it. We had a meeting. We are on 78% completion, and we are hoping that by this week, before the end of this week, we'll be having the report. We'll submit these other issues. We are going to sit, Chair, with the team and look at the issues that have been brought. There's an issue on the project list that we have in the schools. We can be able to provide that. We'll need time as well, Chair, because we are also on a critical, we'll not give you tomorrow, but we'll need time to sit on them. We are on a critical stage as well, where we are sitting and the adverts are going out. When adverts are going out with the department, also with the implementing agents, so we'll need to also give you the list. We'll also give you the progress on the committee issues as raised by the members. Honorable Chair, unless honorable members will just want a specific issue to be said outside what we have overemphasized, we'll be able to deal with the report and then be able to send it back to you. Allow me through you to then leave the other matters to the DM and the DG. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, MEC. DM. The DPE has exactly 5 minutes. DM. DPE, anyone from DPE?
Chair, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, Honorable MEC and colleagues. I think the 5 minutes can go to Mr. Mafoko, Chair. I want to commend Limpopo, they've really raised the bar. It's not very usual that the committee would comment a province. for the work that they have done, and commend also members of the portfolio committee. Their oversight has yielded results. I'm sure in future they'll also consider bringing school principals to attest to the work that we are doing. The 5 minutes chair can go to Mr. Mafuku, but I'm quite impressed even with the approach that the chair has taken to invite school principals to the meeting. Mr. Mafuku?
Thank you, DG. Good day to Chair and honorable members, DM, MEC, and colleagues, both DBE and the province. There are 2 or 3 things, Chair, that I'll quickly address in the few minutes that we have. One is around the issue of provision of infrastructure and maintenance of privately owned ECD centers. This is not the first time that the chair, you are raising this particular matter quite passionately. But I just want to indicate to chair, there are 2 processes that we are engaged with that are happening concurrently. The first one is around, we are developing norms and standards for ECD infrastructure. That's 1. 2, we are reviewing the guidelines for the implementation of the ECD maintenance grant. And that is where the issue is located. And the matter of reviewing the provision of not providing infrastructure and maintaining privately owned ECD centers is located in that particular, in those 2 processes. So if needs be, we will also maybe engage with the portfolio committee in terms of the inputs that would inform the work that we are doing, and at the end we will inform the portfolio committee accordingly. Secondly, the issue of planning and processes of implementation of infrastructure, which also goes to partly to the issue of mobile classrooms versus brick and mortar. But let me start by indicating, I think the question was raised earlier on, I didn't note the honorable member, around the issue of the budget for infrastructure. There are instances where we have, Mr. Malachit referred to multi-year projects. And remember that the CFO also indicated that we allocate funding over the MTEF. And in the instance where you have a multi-year projects, we allocate infrastructure on the education infrastructure grant, which is the major funder for infrastructure projects in Limpopo, over 3 years. So if there is a project that would be implemented over multiple years, then there will be an allocation over the MTEF for that particular project. So there is no danger that the project would be allocated this year, and when it overflows into the following year, it is not funded. That has been that is addressed through legislation and the DORA. Now, the second issue, and that DG has also just referred to, is that we also commend the progress by the provincial department, especially on the infrastructure projects. But we also do not commend the instances where it took a little bit long to respond to some of the projects, but we provide that support to the province. But we need to indicate, Chair and members, that the provision of infrastructure in government, and not only in government, maybe let me say it so, the provision of infrastructure is regulated and governed through clear processes. And in our instance, it is regulated through what we call the infrastructure delivery management process, where we have 5 clear stages where you have to follow. And in instances where some of those processes are not followed, you run a risk of your projects not being approved. And in some instances, we can truncate those processes, but there are approvals that cannot be ignored. The stages, you have to start with an initiation report, or what we call a pre-feasibility report, where you need to provide sufficient information to enable a decision to be made regarding the implementation of the project. Why do you have to implement that project? Then you go into a feasibility report where you provide the baseline risk assessment of the project, the health and safety plan, and make sure that you are aligned to construction regulations and occupational health and safety acts, all those kinds of things that would enable you to establish the scope of work, the scale, the form, and the cost plan for that particular project, and also come up with a risk report. That is what we refer to as a feasibility report. And those are processes that you cannot skip and ignore. Then you go into the third stage where it becomes the design development and design documentation. It is only then that you would appoint a professional service providers like your architects and so on, that would start the process of the designs and the detailed design and so on. And then you go into procurement. And it is only then that you will appoint a contractor to actually go into construction. You cannot short circuit any of those processes. So sometimes we find that we are hard pressed that in a month or in 2 months you should complete a project. Sometimes it is totally not possible to do that because you have to go through all those processes. Sometimes in a province like Limpopo, it is possible because in a rural area where you are in tribal land, some of those processes you can truncate, as I said, but especially in built-up areas where you have municipal bylaws and so on, you simply cannot. You have to go through all those processes. So I just wanted to explain that side, that members are able to understand that we have to go through those processes. But that, I emphasize, does not mean that we cannot plan properly, because if you have a school like Matlala, you would have planned way in advance to ensure that you go through those processes on time, such that you do not deal with issues of safety and the needs of learners, and you disadvantage the learners. But it is important that we understand those processes. So the last one that I just want to also add is the issue of mobile classrooms. What we understand, Chair, and we want the portfolio committee to understand, is that in some instances where for instance, if I may give an example of issues like your disasters, or where you have an inflow of learners that lead to overcrowding, the quickest solution is to provide mobile classrooms. But what we always emphasize to Mr. Malachi and other members of the infrastructure team across the country is that a temporary solution should not become a permanent feature. As you provide that permanent, temporary solution, you should already start planning for a permanent solution, which would be to build the brick and mortar structure to replace those mobile classrooms. So this is what we are inculcating in our members of the infrastructure team, that this is what we need to do, so that we do not have a proliferation of mobile classrooms that at the end sometimes get so damaged that they become a danger and a health hazard to our learners. I think I've addressed those critical issues, Chair. I'll have to indicate Honorable Low was talking much faster than my pen could keep up, and I heard that there were a number of DB issues that he raised, but I couldn't keep up. I think we will respond to those also in writing when we receive them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mafoko and DG and MEC and your team. Thank you very much. I think Mr. Mafoko, the first 2 submissions made me very excited, and I do believe that that is quite a step in the right direction. Very passionate about that, because in my view, that those are the main hindrances that we've actually come across, especially as they relate to, and I stress this, ECTs in rural areas. So you go to ECTs in townships, in townships there is many other donors around the ECD or around the communities that are donating to such ECDs. But it's in the most vulnerable communities where you can then see how the policy gaps create serious hindrances for government to intervene directly. And I'm very happy with what you call the norms and standards for ECD infrastructure and the ECD maintenance grant review. And I do want to assure you that we will call you as the committee so that we actually also contribute to the drafting of these interventions, which are, for me, it is actually quite a step in the right direction from where I'm seated. The approach of the committee moving forward, and I want to applaud and thank, I just want to thank the principals that are here who have spent quite a number of hours with us. Thank you very much for honoring our invite. The reason why we invited you is because some of you have been making follow-ups with us, and we understand why you're making follow-ups. And for us, we're not setting you up for failure. We're not setting you up so that you think that you're going to be victimized because you raised your issues. Because we understand that the frustrations on the ground are faced by yourself every day. If learners don't have adequate sanitation facilities, it is yourself as a principal who has to crack your skull every single day. Because every single day you're with our children for at least 8 hours a day. So we really appreciate the work that you're doing, the efforts you're putting, and the perseverance that you've put, and of course the efforts that you have demonstrated towards the school. So we wanted you to be here so that you are part and parcel of the meeting where we hear about the progress and what is going to happen, because we will continue to meet with the province, even if it might not be this year, because of course there's competing issues. Maybe we might meet them, but we will continue to meet with the province. We will continue making follow-ups on what they have committed to do. And some of the things really, I'm glad that the province did not just address the specific schools. On some of the things, they addressed the issue holistically. And that's what we want to see with all provinces. So moving forward, because there is portfolio committees at a provincial level that are dealing or that are conducting or playing oversight on PETs. But we also would want to create more opportunities to engage with the PETs. I know that in the fourth term, we're going to engage with all the PETs on the ELRC findings. But we appreciate you for being here, principals, and we really recognize your work and we recognize your efforts. The responses that we've requested in writing, we usually, our normal time is 7 working days. Now, what we do say, MEC, is that if you can't respond to certain issues within the 7 working days, you write to the committee and say to the committee, I am requesting an extension on matters 1, 2, 3, 4, because the time given to us is limited and we can't be able to furnish you with that information. However, we can submit the information within, if you say 21 working days, you make that, but you don't just keep quiet and not send the requested information. There is information that you can submit to us within 7 working days. That we would appreciate to receive. But we understand there is some information that will require you to do consolidation, that will require you to send a team down, that will require you to have certain sessions with certain units, certain districts for you to be able to compile accurate, because we also want honest reflection of what is transpiring. So we don't want you to just thumbsuck the information. We want you to really get us accurate information. So we understand when you say to us, can I have an extension, because I can't give you this information at this current given time. The issue of mobile classrooms versus brick mortar, Mr. Mafoko, is another discussion that you should have. And this is a discussion on your method of delivery. You know, when we were in Mpumalanga, we learned, and this is where I'm seated, because the manner in which, or what we have observed is that it takes so long for departments to actually deliver building projects. So when they say they are going to build 4 blocks, for example, which amounts to, let's say, 8 classrooms, it actually takes them 3 years. And I've noticed that actually sometimes more, it takes them even more, because there's implementing agents, there's the phases you were outlining, there's a process, there's tender that must go out for 21 days, and then 30 days, and you must check if there's objections. So it takes so long because it's so over-regulated, to an extent that what I have noticed is that provinces and PETs, usually because of the pressures they have, they resort to just procuring mobile classrooms. And I agree with sentiments of members that it's not a permanent solution. And we are now, our schools are becoming mobile classrooms, whereas we should be thinking about, and for me, really, it's a broader discussion. I want us to have a broader discussion about the future of our education, or our schooling education, because if you are to go to other countries and you speak about brick and mortar classrooms, they look at you and think, well, you are living in the past, because we are actually going to move towards a certain kind of classes, certain your online learning, which is coming, which of course there is serious risks and there's issues. But I want us to have a deeper discussion with yourselves, because for me, I'm saying, if it's going to take you 5 years, because in that 5 years, if that 8 blocks or 4 blocks is going to cost you 8 million, it ends up actually costing you more than 8 million, because sometimes it's unfinished, sometimes, and then it ends up, the amount that ends up being somewhere around 21 million. Whereas you could have just bought mobile classrooms and children would be in class. But it's a discussion we need to have about schooling infrastructure. Let's couple that discussion, Mr. Mafuga, and I think it's a discussion we'll have separately just on that. Let's couple that discussion with and I think this is an exercise we will ask you to do. How many quintile 4 and 5 schools has this department of government built over the past 30 years? And I'll tell you why. Because the over-reliance of a certain portion of parents on independent schools that are becoming really unaffordable is one of the issues where we are failing as government, where the cost of living is so high for a certain portion or for certain parents, because of the cost of basic education, because we've not been building any quintile 4 to quintile 5 schools as a government, because we've been focusing on bridging the gap with the poor. Whereas our other policies have been creating exponentially the middle strata that require facilities like education, which they can afford. So the only quintile 4 to 5 schools that we have in the country, predominantly are still your former Model C schools, meaning we really need to discuss and engage on this aspect. So it's something that I think we should be engaging on. MEC, our parting shots is that underperformance in certain units, so underperformance, it's one of the things that we have identified. It's the same thing with the Matlanga Commission, where we've actually just discovered that there is much more bigger problems with what we term corruption in the public service, with officials playing a much more bigger role than we thought or we anticipated. But even underperformance, when the department in Limpopo underperforms, and when there are issues, we all say that MEC is not performing. In other areas, you go deeper and you look into units and you find certain units are underperforming, because there's certain things that you'll find that we shouldn't be finding. For example, occupation of a block or classrooms that without occupation certificate for 6 years, that is an indication of a serious problem in a certain unit, which is responsible for overseeing that work. So even though we don't want to say strictly this one and that one is, but please, we understand you've done that exercise, but as public service, we need to start really ensuring that there's consequence management on underperformance. Because seemingly in the public service, you can underperform for the rest of your life. it's as acceptable. Whereas the people who are at the receiving end of that underperformance is our children, is the parents. And the problem is that, and I always say that, the problem is that currently as we undergo elections, people who must go and engage with communities and those very same people who are at the receiving end of underperformance is us politicians. It's us it's us public representatives who must go and say, no, but you know what, we need to vote. But the people who are underperforming don't have the burden of having to go and explain the failures and the challenges and the frustrations of the parents, of the learners every day. So we shouldn't, I think we should get to a point where we really are able to expose underperformance because it's unacceptable. We can't accept that you go to work and there's major issues that you seemingly don't even have a grasp of. So I thought that is our parting shot to say that's one of the things we had noticed when we had observed when we visited was underperformance and lack of capacity in the infrastructure unit. And when you say to us you've conducted that exercise, we hope that that exercise and your what you've put in place as remedial actions will actually assist the situation. But what we want to also say to you is that do not tolerate underperformance because where we are seated, people on the ground are really impatient with the state of affairs on certain issues. And we can't then tolerate when people don't do what they are being paid to do. But that is our parting shot. And thank you very much, MEC and your team, for coming and for your report, your presentation. And to the honorable members, thank you very much. Next week we are meeting Mpumalanga. I do hope that members will receive, Mr. Brown, I hope that we receive the report of Mpumalanga on time, because on some of the things, honorable members, and I want to request that we do that, in terms of the presentation we received from Malang, on some of the things after receiving the presentation, we can simply write to myself and say, Chair, 1, 2, 3, 4. We believe the report needs to be augmented with 1, 2, because some of the information that we are requesting here is very important. It would have enhanced our capacity to engage and participate in this meeting. Be that as it may, we are very elated, and thank you to the team at DBE and to Limpopo and to the principals and to the honorable members. The meeting is adjourned.
Long live the chair, honorable members, MEC and colleagues.
Thank you, Chair. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. DG, when are you coming back in the country?
Long
You
live the
away a
chair.
lot. You
I
see,
can't,
you
I
seem
can't
to be
wait to
away a
go
lot.
back. I can't wait to go back. It's so hot here. I can hardly breathe. I miss my country. I can't trade my country for anything. I'm telling
You
you.
seem to be away a lot lately. We are not happy as a committee.
It's
Ni hao, GDG.
It
Ni
breeds.
hao.
I prefer to be in the 75 districts where I've been for most of the time than out of the country. Everybody can tell you that. I thrive. I'm in my country, outside the country.
Mkize? Kabaze?
Ni hao, ni hao,
Kabaze?
GG.
No,
Mkize,
not here. Here we say
the way DG is outside a lot, Mkize, the way DG is outside a lot, we are going to end up asking for the traveling cost now. He seems
Can you say long live? Can you say long live the chair? Can you say long live the chair in Chinese?
Bye,
Say
members.
long
Bye-bye.
live the chair in Chinese. I want to hear.
No, I haven't been to China for many years.
I know we request for financial documents to know how your trip was paid.
That's fine. It's part of accountability. Long live.
Long live.
Long live. Long live, comrade.
Miss Kanyinda, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Hey, now I can hear you perfectly.
Yo, you know what? This was not set. As new as it was. No voice
Yeah,
for anything.
shame, man. But
Yeah.
at least now you sorted, eh?
Yeah, I am. That is why I can step in. I was asked this
Mm.
morning, my other colleague said she won't come. I said, no problem.
Shame, man.
I've got a new
No,
laptop. Yo.
no, yeah, I'm just glad we were able to sort that one. Maybe for future we can try and also do it. Maybe say, say before 9, because I normally open up
Yes,
the link at 9 o'clock.
yes.
For
No
future.
problem. You know what? I'm going to be with you for the longest time.
Okay, mom.
So, yeah.
Our next
So,
one, our next one is on Tuesday next week, the 11th, eh?
yes, they will tell
I
me.
will, but
Yeah.
I will send to Thomas and Tuli.
Yes. Also, me, if you send me,
I'll copy
like,
everybody.
yes, you know why? We able to look at terms that maybe we don't know, just to,
Okay.
yeah, just to be, yeah,
No
you know
problem.
what,
No problem.
ready. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, see you next time. Bye.